know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is. It's Hot Mike Friday. What up, everybody? What up? What up? What is up? Excuse me, getting in late. You know it's Friday, trying to get the last thing in. Appreciate everybody for showing up. Don't forget to hit that like button. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. Roll them up, get that drink together, sit back, relax, get ready to enjoy the show. Big shout out to all my people in the Shark Tank. Let me get that out the way too. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Derek Lockett. I see you, fam. Big shout out to Talk of the City, Kennels in the Hills. What up, fam? Bite down, shake that button on your way in. Let them know, fam. Yo, my man Melee in the house. What up, fam? Robo, I see you, fam. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Bob Johnson in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Blitz Comment. What up, fam? Big shout out to the almighty one in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Green Team. I see you, fam. Yo, the insane honey badgers in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Pedigree, has Bob in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man in there. 517 SEK in the house. What up? Bam! Big shout out to Wild Mongoose Kennels in the house. What up? Bam! I appreciate everybody showing up. Y'all know this Hot Mic Friday. I just had Hot Mic Friday because I really didn't sit down and give it any thought what I wanted to talk about tonight, considering what we talked about Tuesday and some of them pedigrees, well, I ain't going to say some, I'm going to say all of them. I want to give a big shout out to the Shark Tank because they really show what it looks like when you have outside participation. You get a chance to see things out there and understand the concept of what other people think about a breeding program. And if you notice, we critique, I'm not going to say I critique, but Mo, he critiques pedigrees based off of his knowledge. So trust me when I tell y'all this, he is a pedigree guru because he strictly sees dogs first. As you notice, sometimes he can look at a pedigree and tell you when he go back what he's expecting to see. But then, if you understand these dogs long enough over a certain time period, you can almost tell based on a certain breeding setup and the names involved behind those breeders. See, sometimes you can tell when people know what they're doing. He always, sometimes I see him saying, so-and-so had to take his dog to this dog. Now, what made him take his dog to that dog? Those kind of questions are kind of important because that's the way he thinks. Before he does anything, he wants, he's going to come up with an explanation on why he chose to do this certain type of breeding. See, this is the kind of stuff that led to a lot of the breedings that we were making simply because of his arguments with, I'm not going to say arguments, their debate. When you got two people who think the same way in their debate trying to come up with why we should do something, led to why he knows a whole lot about other dogs. And then we traveled a lot. And, that had a whole lot to do with a lot of things too because we got a chance to see a lot. But the thing is, getting you guys to share the information with each other sometimes to get people to understand why you do the things that you do. There's got to be something there, something about something, and it always helps get a better understanding of why you do the things that you do because a lot of that is going to follow you throughout your whole bulldog career. regardless of what you're doing with your dog as far as treadmilling and all the other things. It's so much that goes into this as far as even raising them. There's going to be a certain way that when you get caught in your way, when you find your footing, you always can do better, because as you grow, you will get better. You have tried things, and then you're going to start breaking things down to where it becomes a part of who you are. And it's that part of who you are is what people tend to talk about, way into the future. Because if it ain't worth talking about, people don't talk about it. That's the evident part. So I'm always, me and myself, I'm always looking at the business side of how we handle our business, how we treated people in the process of doing our business, why we're able to get around and see and do a lot of the things that we did because of the way we handled our business. And I think that's a key factor in making some of the major moves that we were able to make. Now, keeping that thought in mind, we're not here to tell y'all what to do and how to do with your dogs. That's one thing that we try to push out there, is everything that we're trying to share with you is our real experience based on things that we have done and seen over the many years and people we have talked to, and we put it all out there for you guys to take it and run with it. And what I seen Tuesday night was a bunch of great dogs, but then it all fell into play based on what we were trying to accomplish. And that is people representing their dogs or dogs that they had an appreciation for. And as we dove into them, we always had a way of finding, where things and other people who probably don't even know each other, all of them was primarily thinking the same way, because we did run across a lot of other dogs bred almost the same way, coming from different people. And showing the success of those breedings. So, we haven't done that in a long time, but I was really happy to see the participation. I know I couldn't get everybody, but I was trying to get everybody who had a pedigree put up. I was trying to take care of them. So I basically was trying to give everybody that one shot. And you see, it took us pretty much the whole show, but we got a lot of pedigrees seen, a lot of pedigrees talked about, and a lot of people who participated. So keep up the participation part. My thing is, what do we expect our audience to get out of those type of conversations? It gives the audience, for me, a chance to go in and see what's presented, because it might be new to a lot of people. You're looking at it with fresh eyes, just like we're looking at it with fresh eyes, and then we examine it. How do we examine it? It shows you. You go in and you start tearing it down. And you go back, try to understand why they were doing what they were doing, what made up what they were doing, and what was the results. Because you never know the results of anything that you do until it becomes a part of the past. And keeping to that mind frame is what builds your yard. And that's for real, because some decisions are hard decisions when it comes to these dogs. For a person to have a great dog, and then you'd be wondering, well, he was a 3-time winner. How in the world did he end up selling that dog? Gentlemen, if the price is right, there ain't really too much that you wouldn't sell in your house except for your wife and your kids. You know what I mean? When it comes down to these dogs, when that price is right, we still talking about a dog. And you know what I mean? And some of them dogs, they left for a healthy piece of change, which was a plus on many occasions because remember the dog is only as good as the person who has the dog. So that plays a lot into a lot of the great things that were happening when other people of high stature got the dogs and then they knew what to do. Then you look back on that and you be like, dang, that worked out just well. To me, that's how this game has always worked for us. It has always worked for us. Yeah, and remember we told you we bought Amber out of the box. You know, but again, like I said, keeping the dogs to your liking to where you are confident in your work. And one thing you're going to learn about these dogs right here, you can't make excuses for your work when it comes to these dogs. And I say that because when we start dealing with dogs, even now, it starts for us at breeding time. The mama got to be right. The stud got to be right. Getting her through the whole pregnancy got to be right. Keeping her warm, checking everything through that whole process. This thing is a process. Now, not being a breeder, but a person who been around our breeding program, I know how we take care of puppies. I mean, we always look at it like raising our kids. And I know that might sound crazy, but I was one of them hard kind of people when it came down to raising my kids. I didn't like to see my kids crawling long. I was trying to have my kids walking at 2, 3 months old, even if it wasn't but holding on to their stroller and walking. You know, I used to do a lot of that kind of crazy shit because I always felt by 5, 6 months, I don't want to be carrying no baby. So I need them to start moving their little feet around you. You see everything else around you up, then you know you want to come hang out with grandpa or papa, you got to get on, you got to stand up. Well, we kind of did that with our dogs. Kind of give them, I wouldn't say push, but take the natural instinct of a puppy. You know, you're going to see some, they're going to grab and do the tug, and then you're going to see some that sit back. The one that you're going to be working with is the one that's sitting back. Because you want that one, you want to see, does that one have that spark? Because they don't know no better at that age. When they're at that age, they're just acting, you know, off the puppy in them. And believe it or not, some of the quiet puppies that we had turned out to be some of the best dogs that we owned. Them quiet ones. So we always gave everyone a chance, but through experience, you just because they would sit back and be the more shy ones or be like the slow starters, you never gave up on them because you still kept putting them all in the same puppy position. You know, whether it was the little flirt plow or chasing the rag or just sitting up there showing them love. You know, playing with them. You know, you ever had them ones you'd be playing with them and the play went from them loving to be rubbed to then now they think you playing and they want to start grabbing and biting and shaking on your shirt and trying to get physical. You know, you got to hold on, little puppy, hold on, because you know they got that high intensity and maybe you the one they supposed to take it out on. But yeah, we used to work our dogs to see, our puppies, just to see what category that we needed to put them in. Because as they got older, you know, and you know your them hot ones, you're going to start taking them, you're going to eventually end up having to take them out and getting them out on chains with the big dogs. See, we can truly tell you that everybody didn't go to get out on the chain at the same time. It was almost like a process. And even in that process, that's because we were always handling our puppies like we handled the big dogs. If you're taking the big dogs for walks, guess what? The puppies see you taking the big dogs for a walk. You take a big dog for a walk and walk with a puppy behind him and watch the attitude of that puppy. That puppy is not going to like being behind the big dog. And that through that whole walk, he's always going to be walking, trying to catch up with the big dog. And we used to get them energized like that. You know what I mean? They already have that attitude in them. So imagine if you're sitting there and he's wanting to do something and you're talking to him and his tail is all a wagging. He's never going to catch up with the big dog. But he's going to imitate what he sees out of the big dog. We like our dogs, our guard dogs are the ones that have to do the heel with us. When we walk, they do not get out in front of us. They stay right there beside us, and that's how we walk. These pit bulls, I like them when they out there. You take me for a walk. Walk me. So yeah, I like them to be out there on the end of the rope. I like them when they get all perky and they searching around. That's what the walk's all about. Keeping them open to different environments and different sounds and different landscapes and different situations, and where they can react to things. And you know how they're going to react. If it's a dog across the street, how are you going to react? Is he going to act crazy? Is he going to do the little, you already know. Bulldogs are naturally prey aggressive, so it's not like we try to turn that down. In our case, it was just we didn't have to worry about taking our dogs to the dog park. We didn't have to worry about cutting our dogs loose out in the park and think everything was going to be okay. We took them for what they were. These were prey aggressive dogs. There's no need to even chance in how they're going to act, because you should know how they're going to act. That's why they're always going to be on the leash. That's why we always carry the breaking stick. Because these things do happen. And understanding that, because if you've been doing this long enough and raising these dogs long enough, there's some things you're supposed to already know. But for my newbies in this process, this is a learning process that we can prevent you from making the mistakes that we make, because we're basically telling you the things that you don't do. And who you've heard them sayings, a hard head make a soft ass. Because I always felt like if somebody told you something, like don't do this, don't do that, and you do it and it burns you, are you really learning anything? Well, to me, if you got burnt after being told not to do something, then you're just a hard head, and you got to pay for not listening. But there's a lot of things that we have learned in this game that prevented us from making some of the crazy mistakes that we see other people make. Now, we've still made mistakes because, again, it's always going to be a learning process. Anything you do in life, you're going to make mistakes. But imagine if you could limit the amount of mistakes you make. Remember, kennel accidents. Chains being rubbed down, not really paying attention. And we sit out here and we preach that in our earlier shows. Did you check them chains? Did you check them cameras? All them things that we used to say in the beginning. We got away from doing that because we felt like, How long are you going to keep saying the same thing? Hopefully, if people who follow us understand that there's reasons why we say those things. Because if you don't do those things are going to cause you a problem. And then maybe we need to start going back and start saying some of them things, because we don't want some of you guys to forget, because the change situations and locking pins and all the crazy things that can happen. You know what I mean? But I wanted to use tonight, this Friday night, and just put something out there in the wind. I don't know what it was going to be. I just figured, let me just show up. I know I got Mo in the house, and he really wanted me, because you're always looking for me to come up with something. But sometimes, gentlemen, even I get burnt out. Because what I'm trying to get across here over these last couple shows is dig into what I consider needed to be out there as far as quality dogs. I hear a lot of people talk about, when we was always talking about things in our past and all the different things that we done as far as breeding and dealing with the old school people and all of that, okay? But as I would say, for the last 3 months of shows, I kind of switched things up and start bringing a lot of the past into the future. Because, like I said, the kennel names have changed and the dog names have changed, but the dogs are still the same dogs. And we believe that. And we believe that moving into the future. Not everybody's going to be on the same page. Well, everybody wasn't on the same page in the past. This is just a part of what the game looks like. But when you start talking about the quality of the game, you have to have the dog. Without the dog, there is no game. And then it takes you back to who's the people with the dogs. The dogs, the kennels, and the dogs are what have made this game what it has been all these years. And I feel confident moving forward, even if it comes down to having to run up a wall or run treadmills. Somebody sooner or later is going to be great at doing that. I might not live to see it, but it's good to know that people are starting to see there's more to these dogs than just a dog. Because they're athletic dogs and they can do practically anything you want them to do. It's just a matter of what you want them to do and how well are they able to do what you're trying to do. See, that's where the work comes in. That's where the success is going to come from when you start talking about making a change. The change to be respected has to be a change well enough that it has every right to be respected. What's the use of saying you're a great basketball player and you never played against the great basketball players of regardless of what time? It's just one of them things where you're trying to be at. We always had an attitude of trying to be the best that we could be, regardless of whatever it was we was trying to do. Best way to figure that out is watch and what the successful people are doing. I say that all the time, and I be meaning that, because that's where your blueprint. That's a blueprint that's already working. You can't reduplicate what they're doing because you don't have the tools and the ability to do what they did. But you can almost copycat what they did, but put your own swing on it and understand the direction that you're going to go in, because you're going to implement your way of doing things that's still going to be in contrast to what has already been done. And I said this, I think the last show. These dogs are, we don't have copyright infringement when we come to dealing with these dogs. There's no such thing. So I don't, there's no hating when it comes to me copying what somebody else has done. We see a lot of that as you looked at some of the pedigrees and you look back. There was a lot of people doing certain things with certain dogs that we was running across that we had just talked about in other dogs up here. And the great thing about it is when you start seeing the success and understand that, well, this shit worked in this hand and this hand. Because there's the product. The product's right there. It's just understanding what we're trying to get across. That's all I'm at right now. Trying to get that point across to where we never said we knew everything. But one thing that we was always trying to push is if you do your research and you look and you pay close attention to what's actually being said and done, you'll see it for yourself. And you can still take whatever you seen out of all of that and make it work for you. But the thing is, we just put it out there. Just for you to take advantage of it and move it around and say it works for me or see something you like. But I always felt like we didn't have this back in our time. Remember, we still had journals and cookouts and pig pickings and barbecues to where we all could sit around and talk and do pretty much what I call networking. Remember, networking is a new term too, But when you start networking with people, that had a whole lot to do with us being able to move around. But the networking process is so big now. But again, in order to understand some of the things you're seeing, you got to just get out there and network and find out what works for you. Because if you got something that somebody else want, I could see them doing like we do. Hey, yo, I seen so-and-so, a pedigree, you still got that dog, you still got some of that blood. That kind of stuff happens. And you get some of the best dogs out of those type of situations. But, you can't go wrong, like, for listening. I always felt like you learn a lot when you just sit back and just listen. Don't have to say nothing. Just sit back and just listen. And when you get tired of listening, you move on to the next thing. But listening has always been a plus for me as far as me. If I had to tell anybody or help somebody do something or try to help them move forward, I always tell them to just listen. Because even in listening, and especially this brings me back to the Marine Corps. They didn't give a damn if you didn't know how to do anything. They always stress listening. Don't ask no questions, because if you keep listening, you're going to find the answer. So it was always hard to sit back and like throw your hands up and ask this, a question. It might be a stupid ass question. But then they will look at you and you might ask a question, and then it might be one of them things and say, didn't you hear such and such say such and such? What were you doing? Where was your head at? Was it in your ass? And then before you know it, you had everybody caught on because you just didn't want to be the person to ask a stupid ass question. So it was important to always listen, because we would know if you were listening or not the minute you hit the rifle range, the minute you hit the grenade throwing, the gas chamber, crucible, all these things. If you wasn't listening prior to, things got harder and harder. And you had to pay attention to every single thing that was being said because they broke you early about asking the questions. And even when I train people, I do that even in, you know, even now, even when Mo be training dogs, he is basically the same way dealing with the dogs, knowing the dogs can't talk. But he can watch in their actions when he's trying to get them to do something and they really don't know they really can't really understand what he's trying to get them to do. But the thing is, you're going to see that dog attention be on him even more now. Because now he's trying to understand what he wants me to do. So when he finally gets it right, even he be happy. They be, yeah, good boy, and they tail to be wagging, and then from that point on, all of a sudden you say that command, and boom, boom, they knock her right out. But those are the things that comes with learning. And if anything, me, myself, I push the learning part of this. Yeah, can't get into them pedigrees like Mo do. But the simplicity of what he's doing and how he's doing and his concept and mind frame of what we doing is still going to all fall around on our way of taking care of our business to the point to where whatever we're going to do, this is how we're going to do it. This is the plan. We're going to stick to it and let the chips fall where they may. And that's how I look at these videos. All we can do is just put them out there. All we can do is just talk about it. And there's a lot of things we have talked about over the two and a half years, coming up on 2.5 years of doing this. Where it's almost impossible. This is why we're talking about Hot Mike Friday tonight. I didn't want to stress my brain on what to talk about after these last couple shows because there's a whole lot that was said in these last couple shows. And for me, I'm taking it like, all right, everybody's paying attention. They should have learned a lot. I see a lot of great comments out there. A lot of guys who respond. And I think I'm going to start pulling out some of them comments and addressing some of these comments because they're good comments that should be shared. And I don't know how many people go back through some of the videos and read some people's comments, but I think there's, a lot of great information in our comments that I appreciate and, think if some people were to read some of them comments, they'd appreciate them too. But then again, we're just, we just sitting here talking dogs. I'm almost down to how much more can you tell them about the dogs? Well, you let Mo tell it. Mo could go on and on and on and on. I mean, anytime you can talk 5 or 6 hour bulldogs with fellas on the phone, I'd be looking at them like they crazy. But they have so much to talk about. That just ain't never really been my thing because, my conversation be just like this opening of the show. Give me my 20, 30 minutes to get in and I'm ready to get out. But I try to set it up to where when Mo comes in, Mo always brings down the house because he's going to always take the little part of what I say and he's going to attach it to what he knows. And it always falls into play because pretty much I'm only working my side of what I do for this kennel and I let him take care of the rest. And I'm pretty sure y'all have known that part by now. So, you're right. It's time for Mo to come in, do what he do, because I don't even know what he's going to talk about tonight because I left the floor open. Only because we've pretty much put a lot into these last couple shows because really, you know what, fellas, to keep it real with y'all, me and Mo, we might be twins, But and he runs his own company, and we hook up, but we also be so busy out still outside it, him dealing with his dogs and dealing with his doctor's appointments. But me and this man right here, we always talking, always. And in them processes of us talking, I get a lot of things that's really be helpful to me because Mo will talk to anybody who call his house, and talk, give you his opinion. Some of them want to know how the breed process. Some people want to know, the dog is sick. You know, he, he's like a walking encyclopedia because he done dealt with sick dogs. He deals with dogs all types of ways. But when me and him talk, he know I don't know all that crazy. He know I don't know all of that. But imagine what our conversations are about because he's always going to say, look, we're going to do this and do this and do that. Mike, how can we do this? And I would come back, hey, we need about 5 of these things right here. We need a couple of these things right here. And I just need you to just do whatever you're going to do. And I just want to be able to catch it all. And then once I got it all, I'll work it from there. I come back, boom, 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 here we go. That's how me and him work. And we talk throughout our day, regardless of what it is, all the way down to these dogs. And I think Mo getting to, he wants to get out from behind the desk and he's trying to move us to the, out to do videos outside of here. I don't know how he, are we going to give up the Tuesdays and Friday shows and just do nothing but a bunch of download videos of, because he's got a whole bunch of puppies he's working with. Our conditioning program. We have these bulldogs over here. We have things that you want to be prepared when you start breeding these dogs. When we start having these bulldog puppies around here, he wants to show you how to make a successful breeding and follow his way of how he gets them to a certain age and how they are raised. That's the only thing that we don't have on video, and he's stuck on getting that done. I mean, we can sit here and talk about it, but we're at that point now that this part right here, we ain't on no controversy and we ain't got no drama to bring to the table. We can argue about some of these dogs if y'all want to, but I don't know how that's gonna work. But something like that, I think, always helps because one instance that we had with our dog and both our dogs, Spice and Hella, they had these allergies. Well, I noticed on Facebook there was a whole lot of people, them little look like I see people saying it was fleas, it was allergies, but I was noticing that there was a lot of other dogs out there with it. So I know it can't be a bloodline thing. It's impossible because some of the dogs I've seen this shit on Facebook and other people showing them pictures. Well, we was dealing with the same thing here. I think Mo did tell y'all how I was doing, how I was dealing with it, and how it was clearing up. Because at first, we thought it was a protein overload situation when in some cases it was. That's why we changed up the dog food. But how do we get rid of it? The little look like measles, bumps all over the damn place, dry spots and shit. So when I started using the hemp oil and the fish oil, it started going away. Mo gets in and he does even more research. He said, now we're going to add this to this. We're going to brush this into their coat. Because now Mo's taking it like, we're not only going to fight it to make it go away, but we're going to fight it and make sure it don't come back. And these are things that we do and talk about, and he wants to share these things with you, but then not just sit here and tell you. He wants to be, situations like that. Mo wanted the camera to be rolling. He wanted everybody to see this right here. This is what it looked like. This is what we did. This is the results. A week later, something there. All right, so somebody's supposed to take this information and run with it because he's not just talking about it. He's actually showing you. Here is the problem. Here is how we dealt with the problem. This is what this problem looks like a week later. This is what this problem looks like 2 weeks later. Because a week later, we happened to see it. It was gone. 3 weeks later, you couldn't even tell it was even there. Because, 1 week later, you don't see the bumps no more. The bumps are gone. But you still have the bruising, I ain't going to call bruising, like little dry spots where the hair was coming off. The little white, but the lumps was gone. But Mo come in, we're going to put this right here, and we're going to brush this into their coat. 2 weeks later, you're going to see that gone. 3 weeks later, you're going to see like it was never wrong with the dog. So those are the kind of things that we're fixing, Timing is what kills me doing that because it takes time to do those type of things. And that's where I'm the one kind of dragging my feet on that kind of time, only because he has he got doctor's appointments, and some days, he just don't be feeling up to it, but yet he still wants to get this done. So I'm going to help my brother do this. So you're going to start seeing, and I don't know, I was even saying to him, should we open up a membership? Because everybody got memberships, and I never wanted to do the membership thing. You know what I'm saying? Because I felt like we weren't going to be doing this long any damn way, right? But look, we're still doing it, and he still has more things he's trying to do. And I'm trying to fulfill whatever it is he's trying to do. This is just one of them things is, all right, got to make it worth it, fellas. That's how I be looking at it. Because outside of these video shits don't make us no money. But them training them dogs and taking care of our responsibilities as far as our jobs, that's what makes us money. And we old men, so we ain't trying to work hard no more. So when it comes down to the time that he has to go to work, and he still gets up every morning 6:30 and take all them dogs out for walks, and still when the sun come out, he still does his little training thing and still get out there, knock out his calls he got set for the day, and come back and start that same situation all over. I be wondering, okay, he can't run the video cameras to get everything that's needed by himself. So that's where I get drug into this. And me, being the businessman part of this, you're not going to just drag me into nothing, man. And it don't benefit you in some type of way. Not that. Because that right there is a lot harder than doing what we're doing right here. Because what I do right here, sometimes, fellas, I might come in the door at 8 o'clock. And I have to rush, clean up myself, jump in here, figure out what I'm going to do. And it might be 8:30 before I figure out what I'm going to do. Remember, we used to do this thing starting at 8 o'clock. Well, 8 o'clock here, times change because now with Mo being sick and me being in my situation, we can't work them long days like we used to. So we take on long projects that where, we can get our money and spend a little time of the day. And sometimes that takes all day. But when it comes down to these dog situations, you got the super chats, you got the cash apps. But I always told him, we don't really worry about that. And for all our supporters and people who have supported us and all these months and years, we have always accepted and appreciated that. Even when it got down to merchandise, I know I got at least 3 big boxes of merchandise that don't have nothing on it. Nothing. But you don't see us pushing the merchandise as much as I used to due to our time frame. Because when I started doing this, I just wanted to have something, you know, for us. And once we started doing that and got a couple orders out, now we want to change up. But those are not things that we look to make money. And maybe if it was making some money, maybe I would pay more attention to it. And then at the same time, I'm trying to get him to write this book. You know, I think after we do these videos, it's going to be so much easier for us to see this book become fruition. I do. Because I think these training programs and these hands-on videos of how these daily processes go with starting with puppies and watch our puppies grow up. And it is a difference in how our puppies grow up. I heard my man, one of my boys, he said there was the reason why a lot of us didn't get Mayday dogs, big Mayday dogs, because they wasn't raised right as puppies. Well, I'm going to always be one to just totally disagree with that one. That statement right there was just a little bit, woo. You know what I mean? Because I don't think that had anything to do with why a lot of us didn't get big Mayday dogs. A lot of people didn't get Mayday dogs because they just didn't throw them. Think about it, how many big Mayday dogs was really out there? Big? I mean, think about it. Was everybody not raising puppies? These dogs was all champions and 5 times winners and ROMs, and how many of them was really big? Not many of them. And I think that was just all through the breeding process. So I mean, I'm gonna kick that puppy part out the window, because regardless of how a dog is bred, the puppy part of it is just based on what you're doing and how you're doing it. I mean, a good, healthy puppy is going to grow up a good, happy puppy. It doesn't have anything to do with how big it's going to be. I'm not going to have a puppy because he's supposed to be, I'm thinking he's supposed to be 50, 60 pounds and feed the shit out of him. Hell no. He's going to eat like all the rest of the dogs. He's going to eat the same portion that everybody else eats. If everybody else is healthy, he's going to be healthy. He's going to get the same medical treatment as everybody else. And what he is and winds up in the end, whether he's a Mayday dog or not, this is what he's going to be. So I don't, just to hear that comment, and it wouldn't really bother me, but because it's always old school tied to it. Those type of comments. Like we was lacking something. I have to try to remind you people that y'all have not had a chance to talk about dogs of today as far as doing whatever y'all call yourself doing as far as new. I still ain't seen nobody break out and show me no grand champion wall climber or grand champion trailman racer or grand champion, weight puller. I ain't seen that yet. But what I am seeing, everybody got to understand what I'm seeing in the now. We still talking about the same dogs that everybody trying not to talk about. The reason you can't talk about nothing about the now as far as trying to do the right thing with it, because you ain't doing, there's nothing for you to talk about. You already know how we feel about that. Give me a reason to talk about it. Other than that, it's don't be mad because nobody's talking about it. There's a reason why we're talking about this shit over here. Because there's a reason why. Why? Because it's worthy of being talked about. So dealing with the changeover in the videos. I haven't made up my mind yet as far as if we're gonna open up the membership thing, because that's gonna be, for me anyway, if we don't do the membership, those will be, I can almost guarantee you, those will be the last bit of videos that I think we will do. When he's all said and done with that right there and it's all documented, I swear to you, my last show is going to be a combination, probably to be the best show we ever had. Because I'm going to take a combination of all the things we did over the years, the good times, the bad times, the funny times, and just make a compilation of all that. And that's the way we're going to head out. And I want to do it to where I will feel comfortable without having to feel bad about not doing a Tuesday or Friday night show. I mean, I want to walk away and don't have to worry about seeing my brother come back or me come back. We did our part. We had our fun. We put the information out there. Let's move on to the next thing. Because, like I said, we ain't getting no younger. This was a fun ride, and it's still a fun ride. I love what happened Tuesday. But today, it's Hot Mic Friday. If I'm going to talk shit about anything, that's what I'm going to talk shit about. The shit that we didn't say Tuesday, I'll say it for Hot Mic Friday. We've talked enough and we've said all the things that we can say, but there's still some other things that we can do that can help everybody. The participation part, that's something that has, and I know we've offered, remember, I used to put the phone number up. People wouldn't call in. I've had, well, I'm going to let Mo tell you, because we've had people call him and say, Twin, you know why don't nobody call in? I mean, we got partners now. Hey, Twin, you know why don't nobody call in? I know you might have 60, 70 people on the back, in the Shark Tank, but you got 500, 600 people viewing your video. That's the back street. They don't even go in your Shark Tank, man. They just sitting there just listening to you talk, bruh. And I've heard that enough and I've seen it enough. Even though I give a big shout out to the Shark Tank, as always, because I always still say it then and say it now. This show wouldn't be what it is if it don't be for the Shark Tank. That's why everybody's out there blue. Because whether you want to believe it or not, there's a lot of information out there and a lot of knowledge in there. And outside of what we say here, I've seen a lot of information that could help many people out there doing what they do and want to learn with these dogs. Just like being on Facebook, I think it's a little bit more simple over here because on Facebook, you see all kind of crazy ass comments. I see people asking questions about what are you thinking? So the first thing people want to say is go to the vet, go to the vet, go to the vet. Well, gentlemen, let me explain something to you. We had 40 yards on the dog. 40 dogs on the yard. Before that, when we broke it down, remember we started out with 80. So I'm going to just say 80 dogs. Because those are all dogs that we bred and we raised all the way through the whole, now you got grown dogs out there. But in every occasion, through the warming process, the breeding process, the taking care of them, the feeding, everything that went through raising all them dogs, you better have enough knowledge to take care of them or you will spend most of your money dealing with a vet. I can see running to the vet if you got 1 or 2 dogs. But you ain't going to convince me that you're going to be running to the vet with 80 dogs or even 40 dogs or even 20 dogs or even 10 dogs every time that you got a hiccup. You better learn how to read them, get a damn microscope. We've been had that conversation early. Get a damn microscope and check your damn shit. Check for worms. All these are simple things. We're trying to tell you, you don't need a vet to do this. You don't need a vet to do that. And because you feel like you need a vet and you don't have the money to pay for a vet, you don't even do nothing. You just let the shit go. You just now you want to get out into the world and go to asking people, and then all of a sudden you hear all these crazy answers, and all these crazy answers is not going to fix your damn problem. So these are all the things that I see that's wrong, that I try to address, because I can't actually tell you which video to go back there and look, because we didn't chronicle that shit like that. If you go back and start from the very beginning, when we was actually doing everything in a chronicle way, it would not be hard to find, that video when we're talking about, the medicines, or the raising of the puppies, or the breeding things. A lot of these things that we have talked about, they're out there in these videos. And I'm not telling people to go out and try to go through every single video, because nobody's going to do that. But if you want to find something and you're really looking for something, I always suggest you go back to the videos, because you're going to find an answer to something that you're going to need at some point. And that's what makes these videos important for us. You know what I mean? So, hey, look, do me a favor. I think I'm going to wait till Tuesday before I'm going to do a poll. Cause I think we got our audience is big enough that I will ride with my audience on my new thing. Because I don't want to have, when you start dealing with the membership thing, it's like I'm taking away, I'm taking away from everybody. You know what I'm saying? Being that we do so much and we say so much openly, just start trying to break it down and to make it private for just people who pay for it. I'm gonna tell you where I'm at on that. Me, that's where I am, but I'm the businessman. Mo, he's kind of against it. But I'm gonna put it out there and we're gonna vote on that Tuesday. You ride with Mo, you ride with me. See, me, I'm gonna look at it like here in Tampa, right? The electric company. Big, gigantic electric company. Now they want to go up on the rates. Well, they've been going up on the rates for the last 3 years, 4 or 5 years. I would say 4 or 5 years. They've been closely into rates is going up for electric around here. CEO gets on TV and he comes in with this big old thing while they get this big old rate hike and trying to get all the customers to understand, you know what, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. Well, then you think about it, well, this big old corporation, the majority of its money and the company itself is off the customers. That means what they're saying is 70% of this company's revenue comes from the customers. Yeah. 70% of its revenue comes from the customers. But now all of a sudden you're going to give a big rate hike, and now you want to put up this and that and put up new stations. But the CEO said something that was strange in that conversation, because they're looking out for also their investors. It is his job as the CEO and president of this energy company to take care of his investors. Now, coming from a person like that, just asking the customer for a rate hike and for an increase in revenue to the investors, who you think he really looking out for? You already know. That's like one of them simple. That to me, that's a giveaway. But that's why I like the way that people are fussing about the rate hikes. Because really, without us customers, you and your investors wouldn't be shit. And then, because then we could start talking to the state. If this is not going to work, you need to get somebody else in here. So you start making them have them type of conversations. Instead of feeling like it's all good to sit here and tell us you're looking out for the investors, yeah, we're going to do this and do that. See, this is where I'm at with this, this membership thing. More going to look out for everybody. And I want to look out for, like, the investors. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can hate me for it then. Just go ahead and hate me. Mo, he a boy. Here come Mike with that business shit. He always on that shit. Hey, look here, though. Shit ain't making no damn money. So, don't scream too damn loud when you know it's been coming free. I know what you've been getting now. But, you want to start seeing some of the real shit. And I call it the real shit because there ain't nothing like, watching the whole process. And, when I say we can produce some shit, I know I can produce some shit because it will be the whole entire process. And it will be educational because when Mo teaches this type of shit, he is on point with it. He don't want you to miss nothing because if you miss it, then that means you're not going to get the same results that he has in the end. And that's the key. To be able to do the same thing and get the same results. Because we're all doing certain things for a reason, And that's, I think he's gonna have his own guard training session, strictly just for them, and he's gonna have the raising of his pit bull, the pit bulls and the puppies. We would have been doing it with Spice and Hella. If y'all had paid close attention, y'all probably seen there was pictures of and videos of Hella when she was just 6 weeks old. And followed, slowed and watched her. She's 2 years old now. She really didn't get a chance to see how she grew up, but you'll get a chance to see as a 2-year-old dog how she really is as an American Pit Bull Terrier, full-fledged. Not dumb, but a very good dog. But those are the moments, that I understand where he come from. The audience should have been able to capture that. So now we're just going to do it again. But now we're going to do it with a bunch of them. We're going to bring them all up. And I just want to see where y'all at. Is that something that y'all would pay for? Or is it something that y'all would be able to appreciate by keeping it free and then go back to doing the super chats and the super stickers and the cash apps? That way we can keep it out there for everybody to enjoy. I know some people give more than others, and for the ones who don't give, but that's a business decision. And that one there, I'm going to leave to the audience. Because either way it go, we're going to do it. It's just a matter of how we get it, how we release it to you. So y'all keep that in the back of your head. Keep supporting the channel. Don't forget to do the simple shit, and that's like hit the damn like button. Remember, that's real simple. It's free. And sometimes maybe people just don't like to hit the like button, which is all good, But I sit back and see people who get hundreds and thousands of views, and then you only have maybe 100,000 views and maybe 5,000 likes. So I know the like thing is a problem all over the internet, as far as this social media shit. But one thing that it does not lack is participation. Because in order to have 100,000 views, that means 100,000 people have to stop by and take a look. Now, we're not up into that category, but I think if I was to actually put these training videos out there, or these watch give people a chance to see how these dogs, you know, are raised on a to a certain point where you get a chance to see these dogs raised. Like I like watching chaos from that little 6-month-old puppy. Yeah, well, he was an 11-week-old puppy in that video, and to see just the little shorts as this dog progressed, y'all wouldn't believe that dog, that same little 11-week-old puppy. You see him now, and I'm just telling you. And as a producer, he produces himself, which is another great thing. A dog that can produce himself and still be as smart as he is. And that's a hell of a dog. But you got just a glimpse of this dog. Y'all haven't got a chance to see the finished product. But we're going to give you a chance to see what the finished product looks like with his kids. Because he has a major part in this training of his kids. And I think that's going to be fun. And it's something to see. Because imagine if his kids wind up like their dad. Well, you're going to get a chance to see that. That right there, that's a hell of a pack. You know what I'm saying? In the end, but then we know that. The thing is, Mo wants to share that. Show his work, show that he has it out there, and regardless if something does happen, that it's already out there, and he'll be all right with that. But it's up to you guys to determine how we're gonna do that. Should it be a members only thing, or should we just keep it open like we've been doing it and give a chance for everybody to have a chance to. What'd you say? He said, "Hey, look, Mo's feeling about that because he always tell me, because I'm on the money thing, really, for real, for real. He feel like if you want to keep it, the way it is, little participation. That's what was good about Friday. See that participation thing kind of shocked Mo because he used to be mad. You put the phone number and ain't nobody call. Everybody call after the fact because then everybody want to talk about things and he'd be like, well, but he's not hard to get hold of. Anybody call to talk to me, you got a problem. Cause I'll be like, damn well you asking me some shit that you got Mo number.
You got to take the shout out to David Morris though. We still got a whole box of his shit.
Yeah, again, Mo told me I got to say, yeah, Dickie Foster too, yeah. Dickie and Mr. David Morris. These two have been our longtime supporters, and I could have swore it was this time last year that I said that I was going to do this. I'm giving them some free because them guys have been down with us from day one, fellas. Behind the scenes, they have been some of our biggest supporters. And Mo was just reminding me, he got that whole box of stuff over there, all that merchandise that we have set aside and have their merchandise. I just haven't done the things that I needed to do with it just because. See this stuff right here? This stuff right here? This stuff right here? I make up this stuff. Okay? We got the merchandise. I made this stuff up, and then all of a sudden, things went bad. Timing, everything. And when stuff like that happens, you kind of get away from what you originally started out doing. Because, I was telling you, over the last year, Mo had been really sick. Outside of that, remember, I've been not only dealing with my problem, but, my head goes off to my queen because my queen is actually dealing with breast cancer and lung cancer. So, Mo just lost his ex-wife here Y'all know about that from cancer. So when you got things like that going on, you know, family members dying, it kind of takes you out of, a lot of things. The motivation don't be there like it was because your attention, is brought to you have to deal with other things. And being that we're not the oldest of the kids. I still have three, four brothers and sisters that's older than us. And remember, we in our 60s. And my older brothers and sisters look down on us and they see what our health is like. Their concern is always going to be, why are y'all doing this? Why y'all need to stop this? You need to chill out. You need to, how you doing it? When you got your older siblings checking on you, it kind of reels you in to understand that you got to take care of yourself. But this is just something we got to get out the way. So I just want these men to understand that we have always been men of our words. I don't want to have to come in here and show you that I ain't bullshitting, because I can show you a whole box of shit that's just sitting there. One of them says David Morris and the other one says Dickie Foster. But I have to come back in my office. When I tell you about my office, I just started back to making music again, fellas, because I got tired of hearing the old shit. This is what I'm talking about. This is like a slow process over here, jumping down right quick. You know what I mean? But moving into this next year, I think I'm just going to revamp a whole lot of things. That's why even this part of this show going to change. Because I really want us to wind this shit down with an end. And it's how we do it is going to be based on our audience. So participate, ask all the questions you want, support the channel, because the support is only a like button, a couple thumbs up, some damn muscles, some roses, all these little things. And I know I'm dealing with grown people, which is okay. But I'm also, old people, grown folks out there, you're dealing with grown folk. And I've always said at a certain, level that where I can sit back and say your opinion matters, then I can sincerely say your opinion matters. There's some cases where I can easily say your opinion don't matter. But this is not one of them situations. Remember, this is a podcast. This is not my everyday business. This is not like a store manager trying to tell me something when I'm talking to their boss. If you give a damn about your opinion, at this point in time, my opinion matters. And if you have a problem with my opinion, you need to go get somebody bigger than you to try to tell me about why I need to pay attention to what you're saying. Anything I need to say about how I feel about anything, I don't need to tell you. You need to get your boss on the phone. See, them kind of conversations, those are totally different than the conversation I'm having with y'all now. I'm telling you, your opinions do matter. Your suggestions do matter. Because what we do moving forward, it matters not just to us, but what you feel matters to us. So, again, hit them like buttons. Show a little bit more love. Remember, everything that I'm saying, doing them small things. And them small things lead to bigger and better things. But the lack of appreciation, that's how TV shows get cut. Okay, your ratings is shitty. It's time to shut it down. Do a final finale. Get out of Dodge. Won't be no more next season. That's where we going. I better tighten up on you, Mo. And man, you're supposed to keep keeping this slight. You don't, not all nighter, all right?
Oh, this can be short.
This is gonna be a nice, quick, short one, right?
Yeah.
All right. We'll be out of here.
You telling them about my stepdaughter?
Nah, I ain't getting into really too much of nothing.
There's always something.
Always something.
Yeah, she was been dealing with lymphoma for like 3-4 years. There's another one. Go ding the bell. Go ding the bell. Come back later. It's worse than it was when you dung the bell. Yeah, she cancer came back and I was on her liver. So we need more prayers. You know, that's my girl's daughter, so just letting y'all know we still dealing with shit. But yeah, dogs keep me straight. Cause they're the only ones that don't show emotions. They show love. Regardless of how I feel, I might not be in a good mood. I might be running around there like Major Payne today. Everybody gonna be on point. I mean, I'm not wanting no slip-ups out of the kids. You have to understand. You see the way my dogs live around me. It's like a bunch of Marines living in a platoon. These are Malinois. These are very smart dogs. And guess what? I know that. My pits live the pit life. They get raised like pits. Mine, it's okay for you to come off, pull me down the sidewalk. And if I get tired of that, I'll be able to cut you loose and let you run around. You know what I'm saying? But believe me, before I do that, I make damn sure they know when I say come here, they come. That's the only way they're coming off. And it's the way you raise them with that continuing rah, but at the same time, letting them know this is what matters. Getting shit. Getting shit and listening to what you're being told. That's the thing. I wouldn't give a damn if Malinois Pit. Malinois Pit. Hey, everybody got the same job. We with this section of the Marine Corps. You get this section over here, and then I got my Navy SEALs right here. But they all great doing what they do. So that really gets me through life, through all my sickness, and just that responsibility of taking care of them. Everybody else got emotional issues. Everything else around me is emotional issues. People dying, people getting sick. I'm sick. You know, it's just like when you get at our age having so much fun. And then you get up here, man, and everything just gets so damn serious. I mean, goddamn. You know what I'm saying? So, not that I'm getting tired of doing this. It's just, how am I going to ever write a book? You know what I'm saying? Why am I still sitting behind this desk? When those viewers who's been here, who's been with us from the start, they're going to say, Mo been saying that. After the first year, Mo been saying, he ain't trying to be behind the desk. You know, so, you know, those guys, them lifers out there that been there with us from the start, I said, I need to be behind the desk. And it's getting down to it. I didn't spent 2 extra years after that year behind the desk. Now, I'm ready to get off behind the desk. I'm serious. Mike.
I'm getting behind the desk, so we're going to cut it off.
Yep. Because y'all got all your other info. Somebody said, Twin, you know why they don't call in? Because they don't want to look like a fool. What do you mean they look like a fool, man? No, Twin, it's like, going in there trying to ask God a question. That question might be a stupid question. You got everybody on you. You know, you like you on the spotlight. Nobody want to be on the spotlight. You know? So I kind of understood where they was coming from because they puts me at such a high here, you know, that they respect that, you know what I'm saying? And especially for those who they've seen the trolls, the slide in, the little funny things, and they see, you know, if I deal with what I call ignorance sometimes when it's probably, you know, innocent ignorance. But all I know is that word ignorance. It could be innocent, it could be, you know, trying to be slick, it could be mean. I treat them all the same damn way. I approach them all the same way. I ain't trying to figure them out. I just take the word ignorance and run with it. You know, it was an ignorant question, but we're going to analyze it so you can see why I called it ignorant, because, you know, it always comes back with a question to you. You know, you realize, yeah, that was an ignorant ass thing to do, fuck with that dude, you know? But that's the fun of the show, though. Y'all know it. It really is the fun of the show. I was hoping, the way y'all throwing up all these pedigrees, right? This is what I've been hoping. Now I hear more guys, even Facebook guys, y'all always trying to, what is it? Is it beat up the old timers? You know, it's almost like jumping on my back and stepping your foot right here beside my neck to push up on a wall that you still ain't tall enough to get over. You know, that's the problem. Y'all want to step on us old dudes because we out here? Right. You're calling me an old timer, but I'm here in your time. Right, I'm still got dogs, so I might be an old timer, but I'm in your time. So what does that mean? And you say old timer. Especially that goes for any old time dog man who's still around. You know, when I hear it, it really sounds like you putting your foot on my shoulder, trying to step on me and get a jump over me, and you still can't get up there on that wall. And that's what really gets under my skin, because y'all say that, but guess what y'all doing? Y'all building y'all yards, you're talking about your yard, and you can sit there and say, well, I got this dog, even though it's got all this shit back here. This is what this shit's doing right here now. The weirdest thing I hear coming from an old timer. Because now you're telling me to stop looking at what's back there and then look at you right now. I'm going to give you your confidence. How many of them do this on Facebook? Everybody. It's like a beat your chest shit, you know, down the path. These kind of dogs I got right here, right now. This is what I'm doing. Okay. I hear you. You said it. So you want me to look for real? For real? Okay. I look for real, and guess y'all know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? You got like PBK got that CNN, you know, satellite up there. You know what I'm saying? I got a little satellite too. That one got night vision though. And that night vision satellite, you know, got me looking at what you saying I'm doing right now. It's got me seeing what you doing right now. Okay? And in my little way, you know, again, I said I don't know who, when, or where. I just can tell you, you know, you got night vision TV out there. You got night vision TV satellites out there, you know, that brings things, you know, to understanding that, you know, what y'all don't want to face, you know, it's going to always be. You know, it's going to always be those out there that take the chance. Regardless, they can take it out every dope dealer. Guess what? They're going to produce 2 more the next day. As bad as everybody want to do these bulldogs the right way, we still got CNN satellites over there at PBK picking up shit. That's it. This is bottom line. So what did I tell y'all? And midst of what you understanding is what? Still popping somewhere. You know? And why? That's the question you need to ask. Why would they risk so much? What is it? They are the factor to what y'all don't want to be. It'll be them that we talk about 20 years later. If they can survive through division. If they can survive through division, they will be the history. It won't be a tree climber. It won't be a pole, a treadmill racer. It'll be them one specials that continue to put it all on the line, and then you still asking the question why. Here we still got 5-time winner here. Here we still got champion here. We don't know when and where and how he did it, but we know he is. You know what I'm saying? They're going to always be there. And they're going to always be the one to set the mark and the standard. As bad as we want to turn and look the other way and try to accept what we see now, which is really nothing there to sit there and accept, because y'all have, like Mike said, there's nothing there. You know, you're studying your shit out. Why are you studying your shit out if you don't want me to look back there and just look at what you got right there? What attracts a person like me? It wouldn't attract me. So that is only built for somebody who don't know no better. They're going to ride on your confidence. Your confidence. You're the one feeding and cleaning up that shit. You better be confident in your shit. And if you're a good talker, you can speak up a lot and do some real good shit with that. But you got them visionaries that you still ask yourself why, they'll walk right past you. They'll be the ones who walk right past you. And for some odd reason, it's those that you see. You can't never miss them. Them the ones, even in Facebook, you know, why guys are still putting dog fights on Facebook. Why do they put dog fights on Facebook? Why do they put puppies fighting on Facebook? You know what I'm saying? That's a good question. I know it looks enjoying when you feed your litters and it shit happens. It shit happens. But when you do it and you put it out there, you understand what I'm saying, people? The people who's playing over there in the vision, oh, they pissy. They pissy because while y'all standing there being confident with nothing, they getting the heat. Because everybody, you know what I'm saying, at some point, and I could tell you this about all great dog men and all great kennels, we all got busted. Not too many of us didn't. For something, even if it was on some Trump shit. I can go through a whole bunch of kennels, and damn near every one of them, they're great dogs. They're worthy of the conversation. It's not around no more because of that very reason. We ask, why did they risk? What is it? Go back and ask Maurice Carver. Go ask Don Mayfield. You know what I'm saying? They still around.
Maurice Carver still around?
No, not Maurice Carver, no. But yeah, Floyd Boudreaux. Yeah, he a good one. You know, them old men who still damn near barely moving, still talking dogs. Why? They have wives and kids. Yeah, that's me. I have wives and kids. Yet you still see me talking about dogs. Why? Why do you like getting on your bus and driving way back there? Because back there, I can't go to jail no more. Back there, I can't get in no more trouble. But back there, I can tell y'all everything. I can tell you everything. I can show you everything. Because it doesn't matter out there anymore. Because it's not affecting what's going on here in the now based on the law. Because I'm not doing anything. I'm not trying to encourage nobody to do anything with me. But to tell you why. That's all I'm here to do is just tell you why I tell y'all my story. What makes us keep doing it? You know, what makes them continue on through all the shit? It's like a duty to a soldier. And I'm telling you, it's like that. If you ain't never had a champion between your legs as a 2-time winner, and you know this scratch right here is it. It's it. When you make this scratch to win, you're going to become champion, what's the name? The feeling. You hold me. You hold me. Greatest feeling in the world. Just to get there. To win 2 and to be 1 away, it's a feeling. Now you see guys out here, and they be this don't be no one kennel thing where it's just one guy. It's very seldom just the one guy that can get out there and do a bunch of these dogs and accumulate so many winners. They be having a lot of help. They be having their old friends, conditioned dogs, and they just handle them. You know, they be, doing it themselves, but they do very few. But the ones that's doing a lot and doing a lot of winning, the ones you see a lot, they are a running kennel. That means there's several guys out there that got yards with their dogs. And they're that group. Now, those groups usually break up throughout the years. All great kennels that I know, they had a big squad. No, I don't, STP, I think they held on pretty long. Super Kennels held on pretty tight. Them were major ones. They had a lot of champions and grand champions too. Stone City held in there a lot. They didn't break up. Hardcore Mike and Charlie, they stayed together. But those are history makers. They had a lot of dogs, but those dogs was in, you got hands everywhere. And then again, the question is, why? And it always goes back to that feeling. Like it hitting that pipe first time, and then you go to hit it again, you're still trying to get that feeling. Yeah. Don't never come back like it did the first time, do it. But you keep trying to get it. Well, in my world, once you get that one, the answer to it is not like, trying to get that hit like a crackhead. What you're trying to get is that victory. That victory is like that piece of crap. You just got to have it. And it don't come easy if you're trying to beat the best out there. No, I just don't want to win. No, when you're just winning, everybody go, well, who did you go into? I don't think that's the problem, because regardless of who you go into, he's still over there. He still put his dog in shape. He still put his money up. So should it matter? Because how you know you gonna win? Guys always say you could pick an easy one. It's very easy to pick an easy one. But you keep on picking them easy ones, you're going to end up like Beeline. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have your greatest shit out here, and somebody going to call you, and your face is going to be stuck against the wall because you can't walk away. Because if you do, the exposure will spread. And see, up there in that visionary world where you only see what's in the dark, Those things shine like a shining light. Guys is trying to get down there in that basement and scout around and come in there with their green ass, trying to be the next. Those right there, everybody learns a lesson. And I'm pretty sure for those out there in the back street, y'all know that lesson. Y'all know the lesson. Y'all be waiting for them green horns to come through, because they really don't know, do they? They really don't know. How many yards have the back street? How many yards you guys have destroyed out there? Where a lot of these Facebookers went on back to Facebook. And they probably went back with the experience of knowing what it felt like to get down in that dark area. Man, get the hell up out of here. Get my shit before I end up getting out of dogs. You was all world on Facebook. You gonna slide down in that dark and got chased up out of there. Damn near half your yard gone. How much money you lose? It ain't easy as you thought, is it? Okay? Because the curiosity and that ego, always get them to go searching. Some search and search hard. Some search just to see. But many learn the lesson. And like I said, to the back street. And y'all know, the back street know. Many yards will get thrown out of the game. It takes a lot for a person to be still hanging in there. And it's the winds. It's the wind like that of a soldier, a gladiator. Here, this built, pretty dog. You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting here watching UFC beat the shit out of shit, and these is human beings. It just don't square in my mind. And I had these flashbacks of being a Marine, and then I had these flashbacks of being in the dog game, and then I get my feed off of watching two men in the octagon beat the hell out of it. It damn near looked like two pits going in. You know what I'm saying? So we feeding, and then, I need that feed. And that's why I enjoy it. I don't even really like boxing no more. Because, that octagon is more, aggression. You gotta get in there and work. Shit happen. You can't, some of the greatest UFC fighters, we didn't see him get their ass kicked. Shit, we didn't see Mike Tyson get his ass kicked, and he should have been grand champion Tornado. Because there ain't no 10-time winning men. No males out there. So we got to put Mike Tyson up there with Tornado. At some point, at his peak, he was Tornado. Same with Muhammad Ali. But, like the dog game, they have their rules when it comes to combat. Every good dog has his day. The thing is, it'd be your mistake if you ever have it. How many good days can you have before you find out that bad day? And history makes it that way. Again, these wouldn't be great stories if we didn't have those people that we still asking why. How did these two great dogs hook up? Why they even out here in the today world? You know what I'm saying? You come out there with an old one, you got a young one, they're going to get you. They go out there and beat out the mentality. A dog too old and you still out there doing old dog. That was the problem back in the day with old school kennels. Back then, they they'll go get a 7-year-old dog and still think he a 4-year-old dog. And there's a lot of great dogs out there that have losses through bad mismanagement, due to their owners. So it's just good to see, like Floyd Boudreaux. You can see there's a couple critters on Floyd yard that y'all got in y'all pedigree. There's a lot of quitters that's in a lot of great pedigrees. That means they have a loss, and an end game loss. He's a little lost though. So I was assuming he might have quit. You pick him up, that's a loss. But you pick him up, you got a chance to call him game. So you can put that one-time loser game. But if he's just a one-time loser, he come on, keep it real. He quit. You don't pick him up and you don't scratch, he still quit. You don't get no pass. So let's all understand, when you're a loser, you're in a game loser, that means you didn't quit. You didn't get picked up. Because you got picked up, you probably tried to give a courtesy scratch and you didn't courtesy scratch. Because usually when you pick up, you got to scratch them. You got to know what you're taking home. But yeah, it's just stories like that. But like in the pedigrees, you hear me keep on talking about y'all pedigrees. You keep trying to splice off what's in the back, when everything related to what you're doing is based on what was bred in the back and brought to the front. And for those lucky ones that have that opportunity and want to focus strictly into them, for it to matter from the giddy up, just to be honest and real, for it to matter, it's got to look like the back. The main thing that you ain't trying to put out here with you, that you're trying to focus on. You focus on that. You got to make sure that you can make your shit look like the back that you're trying to pull away and say, I'm doing this. This is all you. I don't see no colors here. You know what I'm saying? You done cut the pedigree off. I got to still slide you out the way and see what the hell you even got to this point. And then when I get back here, there's some great shit back here. This dog is bred pretty good. Where's all the shit at? Where did all the shit go? But you stand here hollering, you got some shit. Where that? I got to go back there and show you how good your shit is bred back in the field. While you standing hollering how good your shit is, and it ain't got nothing. 1, 2, 3 generations, and you got the one up here at the top. So that's you. Generation 1, 2, and 3. We ain't got 4 and 5, but we got 4 generations right there in itself with nothing. So it doesn't look nothing like back here, regardless how you put it all together and you go from up there where you at back there. That's some good bread shit. But you have deprived everything that was done back here by doing nothing with this shit up here, but bragging about it and don't even want to talk about what's back there, because all this good shit, you got it. When all that good shit was being bred back there. I don't know what the hell you using right now, because I don't see none of that shit up here. Nothing but a brag. Nothing but a talk shit. Just nothing is better. A video of that man tearing up a tire. But that's the problem today. You know what I'm saying? Stop trying to breed the dogs like you're trying to do something. That's all. Stop talking like you're trying to do something. You know what I mean? That's why, in the pedigrees, when we guys is pulling them up, especially on this show, if you know the show, you know what's relevant. If you know the show, you know what's relevant. So the pedigrees that we put up, and I give my opinion, it's not meant to hurt nobody, but I will point out things that I see as a fact. And I'm only putting pointing it out because when y'all bring y'all pedigrees into this room, they packed up like every other person in this room when we get on that bus and go back into my time. So back in my time, I'm analyzing your shit from my time. It doesn't have anything to do with what's going on out here right now. We just taking a hypothetical, survey of y'all dogs to see where you at. If I was to take your stuff and let's go back here and let's look at it from our point of view. That's all. And see the makeup of how this go. You know what I mean? And we have done enough pedigrees on this show. And we done seen a lot of different champions and grand champions and registered mayors on this show. This show is built on that. And one thing we all can agree, you cannot deny it, and it's a fact. Seriously. Tell me how many times we ever pulled up a champion or grand champion that was bred like a piece of shit? Ever. How many? How many times have we done that? And if anybody can go out there and find a pedigree, and remember what I said? I said 95% of all champions and grand champions and registered merits have great pedigrees. And I've been saying that from the day I opened up with the yard to you hearing me saying it today. And we have opened up and looked at many pedigrees. Many. And I have proven there's formulas to this shit. I'm trying to show you, regardless of what line, there's formulas to this shit. Do you really know how to manipulate the formula for it to work for you? Maybe you're not one of those night visionary guys. But even to you night visionary guys, where you really got the, you know what I'm saying? You're hungry. You're hungry. A lot of green, hungry guys in that visionary world probably standing there looking like me when I was back there in the day, saying the same thing. Man, I've seen Bo win his championship. That was the first dog I ever seen that they said was, going for his championship. McNasty's champion Bo. That was the first champion that I seen make champion. And that was a very good dog. I don't know, they may have been, some say it was McNasty Roadblocking the first champion. Well, if that was their first champion, then dang, I was early in the game with them. They had a name by then when we met them, didn't they? So Bo was a champion.
Joey came after Bo, didn't he?
Yeah, Joey came after Bo. And then Tater came after Joey, then Stan the Man and them. And Boss Man, all of them started coming up. Yeah, been around all of them. And they weren't really producing, they wasn't breeding, they was just doing. Same with the Abrahams. They might have been breeding bull. And they sure as hell was doing a lot of breedings with Queen. A lot of breedings with Queen. The thing was, if it don't be for they work, they work. Queen wouldn't be around. All them great breedings, Queen of Handicap, Queen of this, Queen of that. Look how they breeding Queen. Did you ever see them breed Queen to anything other than champion? Bull. How does it work, bull? You're supposed to. He was already set in stone anyway. Why wouldn't you breed to that one? the way she's bred. But that's it. He owned him too. That dog on the yard with Queen. So, hey, that's on my yard. I can do that. But everything outside of that, they had to come through either a therapy charge or a deal with the puppies. You out here breeding Queen of Heart to a male. So, you know, this male got to be something. Look at the one who's carrying her around. There's something. So they got something, and they something. That's why you see Queen in so many great dogs' pedigrees. So how can you not carry that regardless of how egotistic you are about your yard? If you got good shit back there and you keep saying, you know, it's all about what you do right now, and damn the back, it's in me now. You better be showing some shit in you right now that I'm seeing in the back, because I'm going to go take a look. I'm going to go take a look. And you got shit that's built to be like all these other great dogs that had great pedigrees, then this is what your shit's supposed to look like when you start bragging and talking about cutting this off over here and talk about you. And we see this so much on Facebook. And if you're not visionaries, why do you press and fight for your yard so hard? Y'all argue and fight and probably tell you a little, you did what? This is how y'all be acting. I can just be imagining the way y'all be typing on there. Really? Well, look at the pedigree. Pedigree don't mean nothing to him. Nothing to him. That's his pedigree. That's his shit. Okay, we understand that. But you can't get mad because we understand that and still don't see what you're talking about as far as your shit being so great. You stand on your shit. Understandable. But that don't mean we standing with you, cuz. You can't get mad because we ain't standing with you. I mean, you ready to argue your point when I'm standing there and I don't see nothing in you doing that looks like the shit that you're trying to hide. Good bread shit always till it got to you. Because there ain't nothing happening but you arguing. Guys, that happens on social media. It happens in these podcasts. I mean, they fall out with each other. Over dogs, ain't nobody matching. Ain't nobody matching shit. Y'all still running up poles and trees and meals, but y'all arguing about dogs. If you ain't trying to do no dog, why worry about his dog being bred or not being bred this way or you know, that line is a piece of trash. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't doing dogs. Another question. Papers ain't supposed to matter. Then why are these conversations going on and you're not doing anything anyway with them? Why do we go in these groups? And everybody in there, everybody in these rooms got testosterone problems. You think that they got roids. What did you fight so hard for on Facebook? Why do y'all comment so hard on Facebook if you ain't doing nothing? You open yourself up for people calling you green. You open yourself up for people saying, man, you ain't got shit. I mean, and next thing you know it, somebody's getting ready to get banned because it gets ugly out there. It's like a tug of war of, you know, but guys, nobody's doing anything. Why take such a risk? When y'all talk about, the visionaries, you talk about the visionaries, but the visionaries is sitting back looking about like what they don't want to see you do. They don't want to see you bring they noise to the bragging table while you out here running around acting like you know everybody. You know what I'm saying? Backstreet looking at guys. Damn, man, you best believe he be on Sunday. He calling the news. Nigga, damn, you gonna let me get home with my dog? You gonna let me get home with my dog? They be having it splat all on Facebook before he can get home. They just want to make sure everybody knew the news. And everybody know it's out there. And all the right people know who put it there. See, that's the kind of stuff that I see happening on Facebook. You can call it dry snitch, you can call it whatever you want. No, I call it egotistic because you just had to let everybody know that you basically either was there or you heard about it. Never say the who, when, and where or how, but you just want to let everybody know that you've been up there in the visionary network, and you just putting it out there, but you're putting it out there in the wrong network. But that's for you to step on your boy neck while he at home taking his dog home, and you stepping on him, stepping up on his shoulder, and you still can't get on the top of that wall. Stepping all on top of him. Yet you still can't get on top of that wall. Self-gratification doesn't need a whole bunch of people to be a yes man for you to feel gratified. Or to argue your yard down, and stand behind your yard, and really get brutal out here, stand up for your yard. Especially if you're not visionary. It shouldn't even matter. If you're not visionary, you're not a visionarian, then it just really looks so messed up. That's all I'm saying. It's not old timers that's destroying us. It's not this show that's trying to keep everybody down in the basement. It's not this show. It's the people who ain't in the basement that makes it hard for this show, because this show is too far back here in the back to even matter. So why make a point with this show? You know what I'm saying? Because that very same line of dogs that you trying to cut off to be all that, them are shits back here. Those are those great dogs back here. So when we back here, how could you be afraid of us to want to kick us to the curb and we don't know shit now because y'all in the now, yet y'all feed off our shit. And y'all argue about it amongst each other. That's all I'm saying. The real talk. Come on, let's cut the games. You got a lot of these old dog men out here. I mean, you got guys out here that raise dogs that, that they didn't got a name for doing it, and it works. But, you got a guy like me sitting here, and it's really hard for me to sit there and watch some of these guys because they pertain to battle dogs, but they ain't battling. How I don't contend with that. So why would you contend with me? Two different leagues. You out of that one. You know what I mean? You out of that league. You got battle in you, but you don't battle. I got battle in me and I'm battling. Man, we ain't supposed to connect. You ain't supposed to bother me. I can pick on you. Because you ain't battling and I'm winning the battle. So it'd be wise, let him walk around, especially if he ain't picking on you. Don't go picking on him where you got his attention because, A person like me, I'm going to step up. I battle. You ain't battling with that shit to be saying something to me, because I'm trying to battle. You ain't trying to battle, then you ain't got nothing to say to me, bro. You ain't on that level, bro. Sit back. Keep on selling that shit to all them other people out there. You already know I ain't shit on there I won anyway. You ain't going to step up on my neck, because I'm here to battle. You ain't got nothing to battle. You don't want to battle. And that just cuts that, that just puts it in perspective. This bottom line. Bottom line, you come off this Facebook shit and get into that visionary world, and where that network is, it would never happen. And they know it. So leave the old guys alone. We made our name. And we have done, I know me in particular, I've done a lot to really help, because what I put out there, I know it caused a lot of problems, because now everybody know what to do. When everybody know what to do, guess what that means? It gets real hard. Competition out there in that network. Them boys was over there eating that cereal while they was watching the show, putting that spoon down for a minute and start writing some shit down, or hitting rewind. You know what I'm saying? Them the ones that's hungry for that feeling. So you go stepping on them, they gonna step on you and be like, right off the bat, they hungry. They is hungry. They battling. You argue with somebody who battling. Now, you ready to battle? You ain't ready to battle. Let that man go about his business. Leave that man alone. Leave that man alone. You trying to make him hot, and you ain't battling. Shut up. Just shut up, because he don't want to battle with you. He don't want to battle with you like that. He wants you to get that shit you bragging on, and give him a chance to get what he trying to get. Because he would not mind. He's telling you that. See, that's you in two different levels right there. He is on a different path than you are. And I'm pretty sure he'll let you slide if you let him walk on by and stop trying to step on somebody, trying to be somebody, and you ain't doing shit. Leave the ones who've already done that shit, been that shit. You know what I'm saying? Coexist with a bunch of young people out here that ain't doing shit. Leave us alone. We ain't bothering y'all, because y'all don't do what we do anyway. That's why we get on the bus and go back there and like hanging out back there, because, we can still do what we do. You know what I'm saying? Talk about it. It really gets on a lot of guys' nerves, because it really brings the shit to the light. What's the facts? You know what I'm saying? You got your shit way back here, and you got a whole bunch of shit right here. So that means 20 years down the line, all that shit back there would be further than Diebold. And we got a whole line of what? Like Mike said, we need some treadmill winners. We need something to make it sound like the Pit Bulls got a future doing something. You keep talking about us old men, but we can't get enough contest to bring something out. Give me a Yella. Give me a Jeep. Give me any one of them kind of dogs to make history doing something else. Something else. With all this shit that's going on out here on Facebook. With all these podcasts, all these smart guys, and all these, nobody's a nobody. Okay? Take a good look at that. And then you see we have 500 people here, but we got maybe 50 in the chat room. Because those 500 is out there dipping in, dipping out on the move. They trying to catch something. And the whole time they doing it, they thanking me. They are thanking me. Because them are the ones to be like, trying to satisfy an urge. It was an urge for me that all I wanted was to have a champion. That's it. I wouldn't have cared if I never had another champion. I just wanted to make one. And in the process of making it, and then learning, brought all these great kennels and absorbing what they was doing, and then taking my stuff and passing it down like it was being given to me, and passing down the ideal that I was learning, pass it down to this person. He seemed like he listening because he ain't talking too much. Yet he got our shit over here. And for a person who ain't saying shit but listening, guess what? He was the very same person that probably felt like me when I had Champion the Brat and Champion Pretty Mama. That urge to know that he's standing right there with him. Wonder what it felt like when Twin won his championship with Brad. I wonder what it looked like when Twin won that championship with Pretty Mama. Well, did it feel good when you won that champion with skins? It sure looked good though. You know what I'm saying? That's that chance, man. That's that chance. Ask all the old men if you could bring them out their grave and put us all in a room. And then ask us, why are y'all taking a sport that everybody frown on like it's cruelty, and y'all find no wrong in it, to the point where if they would just leave y'all alone, y'all would still be doing this shit. Why? It's the art of war. To be a dog man and to raise those type of dogs, it really is the art of war. When you hear this old dog man talking about all them good times and everything that we went through, it sounds like the same thing you hear when you got guys coming in off the battlefield. See, they living in a total different world when they come out that battlefield and get back down here with y'all while y'all ain't doing shit. Y'all got jobs. These guys out here killing people. They got people out here dying. And then they come home back to this. That's like bringing a dog man back into a society. Everybody got dogs, look good. They look conditioned, swollen, everything, but ain't none of them doing shit. And you came home with your dog. This monkey looking like he's scarred up. You got war wounds and everything. And you don't fit. Because they're not you. So stop arguing with them. Because you're not the one that's making the issue. You know what I'm saying? There's so many guys in the back street that takes the bad rap. And a lot of the people that's getting busted these days, if you was a drug dealer back in our time, you usually got busted, they usually got your dogs. I can tell you all the great kennels that I know of, all had a taste of that. They all had a taste of that. But the question is, again, why? Is it really that feeling of combat to be able to walk out there in your yard and feed a champion? Imagine Windy City with all those great dogs he had on his yard. Do you really think that it really mattered to him? It really mattered to him because he had all those great dogs on his yard, and that man had a nice yard and he took care of his dogs. I mean, look at Mountain Man. A whole goddamn mountain full of damn dogs. But that old man and all walk out there on Bulldog here. Out there. Why? Because when you step out there, man, you look amongst that shit and all those wars. All them warriors. Warriors. Maybe it is a mental problem. People look down on guys like us, when it used to be legal. But they look down on you because it sounds so cruel. You know what I'm saying? And really, take it for what it is. Majority rules. So majority of society says it's cruel. So accept that and know that. And understand that you can't go convincing the majority. Right now, you want out of line. Because that's the majority. Majority of the people think what we do was wrong. Me, I could never accept it. But I could accept the majority rule. But if you still were to ask me why, it's the art of war. It really is. It's a mentality that you love your dog so much and you know there's a dog, but it's a warrior. Why you had all those great matches. I mean, imagine the great matches that went on, y'all. They was bringing great dogs in there, and it's going down. Ain't nobody stopping nothing. Ain't that what we pay per view? We pay per view to see that. We pay per view to see that same mentality out of human beings. But we still have to play by the majority. And the majority say what we doing, regardless of the fact that we see an opinion behavior view, but humans are supposed to be smarter than dogs, that we enjoy watching that shit. They get rich doing it. But we understand in our dogs, in the world that we come from, that when they take them, no, we can have them. We just want to get these dogs in good homes. We just want to get them out of that terrible world. You know what I'm saying? Y'all say, you know how I look. And it's funny when you hear that. It makes it sound like, you should really feel like a piece of shit. That's what they want to say. They really want to just say, don't you feel like a piece of shit doing that? And me, no. No. Because I am part of the United States pit bull. Yeah, they used to have a choker chain on me. And they used to scar me up, fix me up. You know what I'm saying? Keep me in condition. It's what kept this country safe. I am one of them that didn't get pay-per-view money. You know what I'm saying? But I was living the same life in the Marine Corps as the pit bulls that I was feeding and raising. Coming with the same mentality to raise that yard as I was raised in the Marine Corps. Having the same mentality to get a Malinois, knowing what his job is. Knowing I've trained German Shepherds, Rottweilers, and Dobermans. And to know this ultimate machine that I'm having here. Not taking nothing away from them other guys. But this is that shit like the pit bull. The common factor is one does this, and the other one does this, but the mentality and the focus of a warrior. I'm talking about warrior shit now. If they were human beings, they'd be Marines with me. If I was a dog, I'd be a dog trying to get my championship going for my grand championship if they got the right man handling me. Because even the United States mess up and lose a couple good dogs. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I look at the dog game. Not everybody was in the military. But you can be off the streets too and have the same military frame of mind just by trying to stay alive and stay out of jail. And your expectation is what you feed because this party can happen and be over real quick and silently if necessary. Because most of the big kennels that had big money, that was making these great big fights were drug dealers. And you hear everybody talking in the now, you can't bring it, man. It was the feeding of that dope game and that dope money that made those old guys, them old Kennels, like Dan Crenshaw and Floyd Boudreaux and so many other great ones, Mr. Kimmer. Remember, they started letting that shit go. Mr. Divine, Tom Gardner Steele. But there was guys even before them, Atlas Brewer and James Edwards, and there's, I'm talking about, man, they had guys. Mr. Hargrove. Yeah, Dak. Reverend Dak. Yeah, Reverend Dak. Kimsey Woods. Mr. Abernathy. These is Bulldog man. These is guys that built battle dogs. And they was selling them. Selling them. So they're giving people opportunity to win. And again, it still goes back to what? On the bus. Everything that I'm talking about still relates to the very thing that y'all trying to throw away. But are y'all really trying to throw it away, or are you just trying to keep it out of sight so everybody can focus on you? And when y'all so stuck on that, everybody trying to get everybody focused on you and want them off of us, because we are the guys that everybody look up to. That's really why you want to try to push us out the way, because we the ones out here talking. So what else you talking about? You talking about old schools out here telling that thing. The only real old schools out here really did anything. You know what I'm saying? So the old school ain't saying nothing about y'all new schools. We're going to tell you what we tell you. But it's only related to what we doing. And again, why should it bother you if you ain't doing nothing? I don't get it. I don't get it. And don't be mad when you hear it coming from a real dog, man. If you're not doing nothing, that means to me, you don't got shit to do nothing with. It look good, but you ain't in. You ain't doing nothing, so we can't never figure out what you really doing. Because I'm battling. You in my world. Because you're trying to get rid of me. That's where you be barking at. You don't want to bark back there because I still bite. Now you bothering me. Just keeping it real. That's all. I know y'all hear me. Y'all know y'all hear me. So guys, be happy about the stuff. Be happy about what you're doing. Keep your hands clean. If you're not going to do the shit, leave the guys that's doing it alone. Because they got enough shit going down on their plate trying to have shit. And they is really the ones that's doing it. They are the ones that's really taking the chance. They are the ones that know what's at stake. You guys have no business trying to share that space because you don't belong in it. Don't go trying to build a yard off of guys and belittle their shit just to make everybody feel like you got some shit. But you're not doing anything. For them to even be a concern, or even the time for you to even step on their neck and still can't get over the hump, because you climbing up a wall that you ain't got no, regardless if you put another person on my shoulders and you get up there, you'll never get over that wall, because what's over that wall, you ain't there. You don't want to get over that wall. You ain't trying to get over that wall. You ain't ready for that wall because that's not what you do. this internet world, from Facebook all the way down to these podcasts. It's the truth. Y'all don't want me to be this guy that goes off when I find anything less than me trying to get with me. Because I don't bother you no how. You don't do anything. Why would I bother you? You know, man, I mean, you could be 100 other guys like you. I mean, you want to come to me and I tell you, if you're not doing anything, you ain't got shit, don't get mad. Because you don't do that. I do that, you don't. So it's not like somebody's putting you down. So every time somebody says something like that, everybody get mad. I mean, don't get mad. Just know that you're in a place where it's full of a lot of everybody trying to make things happen with their dogs. And the way this game is played today, there's a lot of people out here selling dogs. There's a lot of people out here it's all about the sale. It's all about the grab. And the guys that's reaching out there and bringing them pedigrees to sight and showing us those good bred dogs. You know, I've been watching the date pool on them. Remember, we never know who or what and when. So unless you trying to brag about the you know who and when, you're the great witness, not us. Not us. Because we don't know. We're going to tell you what we heard. We don't know if it's true. So don't be coming in here hollering something to make you sound like you want everybody to know something. Maybe it's you the one just put it out there. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody else don't know what you know. You act like you know something. They sound like you be the better witness or the people they would want to come talk to, not me. So y'all be careful about what y'all say and what y'all do, and stop bashing old school guys. Because I don't know an old school guy out here that's bashing on guys and because it's the true y'all game is about the selling. It's true the bells in the back don't mean anything to you guys anymore. You wish we'd go ahead and die off so you can have the platforms all to yourself. You know, but I don't see, in me in particular, and definitely this show, where we run around and really go stalking and getting on people because they're not at our level or did what we done. It's always seems to be somebody who wants to step in that basket with us, you know what I'm saying, with no type of credentials, no type of receipts. I mean, come in there empty-handed with a whole lot of something to say, with nothing to carry him, nothing at all. Knowing I carry billfolds full of receipts. Now you're talking to God, because God is going to ask you some questions, and that's where it always get bad at, because I'm not the ignorant one. I've answered your questions. Now you got a few to answer mine. So I just want, when I do that, guys, you know what I be doing? I be showing y'all I got this nothing ass sitting here trying to be slick with me. That's what I be feeling. Remember, I'm combat. I'm ready to go to war. You know, and the only war I'm getting is a mouth war. A tap in the keyboard war. Okay, you know, us old school don't do all that. Okay, and that's why you get the upsets and the get on, because you little peon, you know, you let me get real ugly because you had no business standing there if you ain't trying to be there. You just trying to get there so everybody can see where you're at. And I'll be the first one to make you regret it if you don't come right, or if you don't know how to slide back out of there nicely. I will bite your ass. And I like to grab and shake. That's why we got the Shark Tank. Cause I was snatching off pieces of meat, slinging them to everybody running around in that mud, bouncing around like piranhas. And that's what made the show fun for me. You know? That's what made the game fun for me, because I'm one of them old guys that's been out there and I know a lot. And then to come back and see so much, you know, I can't even call it fakery. Because the only ones that would call it fake, and this is the honest truth, is the ones who's doing it. And they're not going to admit it. They know they fake. The only ones who's doing it is the only ones that can say they, you know, this is fake. And because they know it is. And to see so many old, you know, my old friends come back that, you know, who were literally walked away and had a chance to tell their story on this show, guys, you know, that's what makes our show so valuable. And I hope I'll be able to get guys like Mr. Hoffman, because Mr. Hoffman is sick right now. And that's why I'm not able to get to him. You know, he got somebody that takes care of me, and he's not up right good right now. And I can understand that, but I'm going to get him. You know, Buffalo Soldier, he's another one. You know, I would love to get my boy Ohio Cash back down through here. These are all great stories, you know. And I just want them a part of that collection. I want that collection. I would love to have Joe Abraham, you know, another collection. You know what I mean? Just imagine hearing it come from the horse's mouth, you know, the person that had some great dogs and some great moments. You know, me, if I had my interview with Joe, I would be talking about, how did you find Queen? And did Pepper really piss you off? Did Pepper, losing to Pepper, did it really piss you off like that, man? Did you search the country for the baddest thing out there, man? Really, really though. That's just one of those things I would love to ask them. You know, seeing what happened. Yeah, and the other one would be, man, how did it feel when you sitting up there with Radar, and Radar scratching all night? I mean, not one sign, not one slow. I'm talking about two of the greatest dogs on each other. And it was, you know, the dog had, it was, I put it like this, and this is honest God's truth, y'all. If there was ever a dog that fit his name, literally, care how bad shit was, you know, that boy was coming. I mean, both dogs done a lot of damage. But Radar, Martell couldn't knock no sparks out of a Radar. Martell just couldn't knock the sparks out of that Radar. He was Radar. I don't care. He take a break, he gonna get smopped for a minute. That's okay though. You know, it was one of the greatest matches that I ever had the opportunity to see. Because that was what I call bulldogging. And the funny thing about it, Pepper and Martell came from the same line. That Sly stuff. You know? Yeah, they came from a nice line. That Michigan stuff. I think it was that Saginaw stuff. It's in that Saginaw Flint area. Yeah, they have a line of those dogs. SWAT team. You know, Bonds and Company. These were great kennels. So when we talk about the old school and the history, and a lot of these dogs and these pedigrees may be gone, but the history still is being made. Definitely. And we always got to give homage to those. We can call them stupid. brave and crazy. But don't ever forget they're warriors. Period. Respect your warriors. Might not be right, but you owe them a lot of respect. I don't owe nobody. Yeah, you do, because you got trash. When it comes to having a true warrior, yes, you do, because you got trash. When you try to compare that to a warrior, you ain't doing shit. So yes, I will stand on that. This man's taking chances winning with his shit, and you got the nerve. Can't respect that, and we giving you your space. Continue selling your shit all you want, but don't go speaking on something that's moving.
Gotta tell them what they got, Mo. What they got, Mo? Trash! Trash!
You ain't doing shit with it. You got trash. Talking to a person that's doing something. You ain't biting. You ain't trying to bite. Then you ain't got no business arguing with that person, man. Man, you need to leave me alone. And that's the problem with the internet. That's the problem I see in podcasts. Me and Fat Bill was all cool until I said something about Fat Bill losing those 3 great dogs. For real. Because he didn't, it's not like they weren't reported, but I lost a good dude, and he was sending me some stuff. I thought he was cool, but, was it a bad idea that I did that? Or was it really a bad idea for him to get mad? You know what I'm saying? One thing I guarantee you, he's figuring out why he didn't know us what we do know. You can't use that. You can use that like Donald Trump got all these gumpies, but it can only go but so far. Your followers, you're gonna have those, but they're never gonna be strong as the masses. like they said, and you don't know me, the God. I'm more the God. Like Shalimar the God, I'm more the God. When it comes to you, then you don't know who I am. It's like that, man. It's all internet shit. And I've had my fun with it. I know I did the game a favor. There's a whole lot of secrets out there everybody know now. You know what I'm saying? A whole lot of things out there everybody know now. Everybody been paying attention. They know how to read it now. They know how to work it now. You know what I'm saying? Not to pick up, hey man, y'all just made it harder for everybody else, because now everybody got an opportunity to win. Now it's gonna be now you can't take advantage of the green kid no more. Twin and messed that all up. He didn't give everybody food to eat with. It's the truth. I don't pick and choose my truth. If everybody learn to do what they want to do, regardless of what everybody else want to do, and you want to take the visionary route, then take that chance and come out of it, man, don't think that you won't be highly respected. You don't have to tell nobody upstairs. No. There's going to always be that one that's going to tell for you. I don't need nobody to know about my shit up there. You're right. But when it's great, it will come back and be known. Yeah. Who wouldn't want to make history? A person who don't care. History don't be made until you come back and take a look and see somebody cared. Trust me, ain't that how it was with us? Shit, I walked away from the game when they busted me. I ain't looked back because I didn't know who or what they had, and I wasn't going to take nobody with me. Sarah, I'll catch y'all later. All these years later, I catch everybody later. We all dabbing up. We all been through it. I mean, all right, we done got older. It's y'all rodeo. But this is y'all rodeo. And let's keep it that way. Let's enjoy it. I'm still looking for those pedigrees, guys. And I wanted to do that for Tuesday because it's like a homework task. I've seen a lot of people grabbing for numbers, and what I was noticing was I was critiquing y'all stuff. I didn't do that to critique though, but I really enjoyed critiquing y'all stuff. And that was really enjoyable because that's the first time I got a chance to interact and really get in there and see, how you guys really seen it. And they was real relevant pedigrees. And you know how I'm about relevancy. If it ain't relevant, it could just get zipped off like, that one got through. And not putting it down, but the direction that it's going, it's almost evident. And, try not to put those on because you're not trying to embarrass nobody. You don't want to make nobody feel like their yard is garbage. You know what I'm saying? So that's really why I say that, it's not meant for everybody to throw pedigrees. Because sometimes, you're throwing them in the wrong place. And y'all know this situation over here, we only deal with relevancy. If it's not relevant, don't do it because, it will be caught on. This shit ain't relevant now. Or I might say, why this shit ain't doing nothing? And point it out to you. Because there's nothing in this dog's pedigree that's ever been relevant to do anything. It's just real nice and really gentle, but true. Don't get mad. Man, I know my yard. I know what I'm talking about. Shit, these twins talking shit. But see, now you got... I always got to come back and say, well, I'm a visionarian, bro. What you saying? I'm only being real. We're on two different levels. I'm not saying because you don't do what I'm doing or what I've done. I'm just saying my opinion is only based on my relevancy of what I see. That had nothing to do with putting your yard down or your dog. You know what I'm saying? I'm just on that level that I would tell you that, it's not the one. You may continue feeding it and taking care of it, but, in due time, you'll realize it and you'll be like, damn, well, how did Twin know that, though? Probably won't never want to admit it to me, but you're going to ask us, how Twin told me that shit was going to be garbage? He said it was in the paper. It was in the pedigree. Boy, I was giving him a chance. Twin said he wasn't going to be shit because it's in your pedigree, bro. Can't never tell me about that pedigree. If you think you got a good dog, your pedigree carrying you until you put him down. And after that, the responsibility of carrying that weight of that pedigree is on you, cuz. I mean, for real. How you gonna do it? And that's for the back street, because we know how the upstairs gonna do it. They're gonna jump they're gonna jump around and run and stand there and do all that good stuff. What I would really like to see that shit grow though. I would really like to see brothers come together and really, really, really put it together to make it that big. A real confirmation. Why is it always the other guys is doing it? When you know what I'm saying? When we got better opportunities to do it bigger and better than them, because we the ones got the dogs. And that's on a true note. But we do need at least a champion treadmill runner, or I'm going to always keep ragging y'all about kicking me around because I'm old. I'm going to stay on y'all asses. You know, and that goes from podcasts to Facebook and everybody else out there. Let me tell you and be warned as I leave this place. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be on your asses. It's not because you ain't doing nothing. It's because you're picking with people who used to do something. Like I said, you can't go crawling up a wall, standing on my shoulder, and still can't get there because there's nothing over that wall for you, or you would see me there, not standing on my shoulders trying to get there. Points being made. I hope y'all feeling that shit. Don't take it personal when I go to growl, and I don't give a damn who it is, because I know you ain't done what I done, whether you like it or not. But guess what? Opportunity is always in the world of life. Keep reminding y'all that. Leave the old guys alone. We done. There's nothing to fear of us. Let us enjoy our time. We respect y'all. We love y'all. You know? Yep. And guess what? Y'all here. No, them old days that man, Twin did shit. Well, we don't hear those no more. But I still never got an opportunity to catch the one person that said it. You know what I'm saying? To get back and say, well, I ain't got shit. What do you got? You better have something. Don't tell me you ain't got shit. Tell me I ain't got shit or I ain't done shit. You better have something. See, I've never caught one brave enough to stand there and answer that question. How many shows we done did, Money?
I don't know, but it's been enough on.
Yeah, we ain't still yet to see a King Kong yet, have we?
Never had a King Kong.
Godzilla, and you know, old D. Brown used to run around hollering he was undefeated. You know, he was one of them. I mean, take a loss, cover up all the time, just like an old straight cur. He was a straight cur because he just run wild. Man, he's 6-0, he 5-0. He just ruining up the podcast game. And because he had so many people suckered in on the follow-up. Breaking news. Twin, I know when I broke and told people that he wasn't doing nothing with those dogs, he's not even a dog man, and how I met him, you wouldn't believe how long it took for people to start letting that marinate. Look at the trouble and the shit that was created. You know what I'm saying? Man, y'all want to get rid of us old school. Y'all need to be thanking God that we was around, you know, to save you the bullshit. Because thanks to the ODB, he was able to get me. He was able to bring J-Bo in. You know what I'm saying? You give him credit for those. But that was still a nobody trying to get somebody. Anybody that would help him, you know, elevate. Where he can get on here and look like a dog man and talk like and talk shit about a dog man and really act like
Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah, Stephen A. Smith. Yeah, you know, but that's the one thing that gets Stephen cussed out though. Stephen, this is what you do for a living. You ain't getting in no pads. You ain't getting in no damn tennis shoes. You get paid to talk shit. DB, he couldn't get paid to talk shit. So he had to go the chaotic way to get shit. And y'all want to put the old man away when I watched how everybody behaved. I watched how everybody behaved on Pope. Remember, we brought Pope to the table. Pope, our homeboy. Did you notice how once they got a hold of Pope, they act like they knew Pope better than us? And then he ended up burning a couple people. Yet the whole time we brought him to the table. I'm telling y'all, it's so easily manipulated. He folded in there with DB and took a whole bunch of y'all with him. But the truth of the matter was, he bought me and taught me. He bought me in the game when he brought those pedigrees to my attention, and he spent a lot of hours teaching me. But when it came to the bulldogging part, he was not a bulldogger, and that's why he could never beat me. He could teach me, but he could never beat me because he was not on that level. So how could he get out here and convince y'all that he was on such a level? You know what I'm saying? Really expose, really the whole podcast game to me. And I always told Mike, because now you got Pope and Dougie. Two of the fakest people in the game to talk like dog men. Running together. I must destroy you. And believe me, in my own little way, my little campaign for just, messing with a warrior, CIA, Homeland Security, call it what you want. That little dot, that's that little dot that you put down there when you go bring that drone over their ass. They don't even know they run around with a damn tracker on them, and my drone flying over and looking for the right moment to come in there and zoom in and give them hell. But the whole time, while they're out there beating their chest to y'all, the whole time they back in the background, Twin, can you get that dog on my back, man? Please, man. I'm sorry, dude. I get carried away. That's the kind of shit I was hearing. But eventually it wears out. And I'm glad that enigma was gone, because that enigma is the kind of shit that people fall into, and we end up going to jail. And them type of people are a threat, and not just to people that's in the underground world, but they're a threat to the people in the above ground world, because while y'all trying to step on all these shoulders trying to get over a box that doesn't have nothing on the other end, because you don't have nothing in there to get on the other end to do anything with, you get yourself caught into a situation where you got people coming on your yard assuming. And assuming can get your shit snatched up. If in some places you got a treadmill sitting out there with a cover or a breaking stick laying over there on the floor or on the ground from coming through there and it ain't looking clean, you like get your yard taken. And that's how it is now. They look for that kind of stuff. They try to take your yard. But this Friday, I think you did what you call this, Mike, Talk Shit Friday or something.
Hot Mic Friday.
Hot Mic Friday.
We just put it all out on the table.
Yeah, all this was like, the epilogue of what that we heading down that close to that final season of changing up things. Because I want to get out. I'm working with dogs right now. I got some great breeders in the making right now. And I'm not breeding for the future. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't got a future. I got a history, but I don't have a future. So nobody expect me to be breeding for the future. If I'm making great breeders, I'm breeding for y'all. That's all I can tell you. I'm only breeding for y'all. I'm trying to put out some real stuff that y'all should be having, and not what y'all out here trying to have. But the whole purpose of that even in itself is, regardless of how good it is, why would it matter if you're not doing anything? You know what I'm saying? That's a good question to ask. Y'all, hey, man, I'm opening up my door. Come on, guys. Y'all want to give me some attitude? Anybody to agree with me? Hey, I mean, it seems like the room is running.
Well,
Oh, Mike got some people to holler at.
big shout out to my man. Oh man, big shout out to your old man. I see you, fam. What up, fam?
Oh,
Big shout out to my man, Mr. William Torres. I see you, fam.
what up, Will?
Big shout out to my main man, Dickie Foster in the house. What up, fam?
Dickie.
Big shout out to Pit Dog in the house. What up, fam?
What's up, bro? Hoorah! Hey, Pit Dog, I be wearing my marine gear, man, when I'm out there working them dogs, man. You ought to see me, man. You ought to see me, Pit Dog. You ought to see me in my gear, baby.
Big shout out to Just a Dog Man at USA K9. I see you, fam.
All right, USK K9. Oh, you know what's up, man. You mess with them K9s too? Holla at me.
Big shout out to my man, Bub Johnson in the house. What up, fam?
What's up, Mr. Johnson? All right, guys. It's coming up on that time to vote. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not an independent. Okay? I'm just telling y'all it's time to vote. We ain't gonna have no political arguments going in here. We got enough of that with the dogs. But
big shout out to my man, Eli Monster. I see you, fam. Big shout out to the Dog Father. I see you, fam. My man Michael Schrader in the house. What up, fam? My man Dog Father said, I say memberships, get your money.
He said, Dog Man said, get your
Dog
money.
Father already let know. Man, get the memberships, man. Get your money.
Right.
Big shout out to the Insane Honey Badger. Sky Dogs, I see you. Break Nasty Entertainment, I see you. Hardhead Rio, what up, fam? Big shout out to my boy Rack City in the house.
What up,
what
man?
up, fam?
It's been a while, baby.
Shreveport Mike in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Marcel Shepard. What up, fam?
Hey, what's up, Marcel?
Milltown Kennels in the house.
Okay.
What up, fam? Milltown said they tripping the real old school. Done gone give you game.
Give him game. Give him game.
Give you game. That's right.
That's right, man. Thank you, baby.
My man 517 SEK said they keyboard curse twin.
I like that one. Keyboard curves. Okay.
Live your life, dogs. What up, fam? Martinez Game Dogs in the house. Arrowhead Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, Mr. Courtney Edwards.
Hey,
what up,
Courtney?
Courtney said, much love to you all, past and present.
Lord, thank you. That's for real, though.
Because remember, man, the
game.
present is going to make the past. It's always worked like that.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget it.
Don't forget, you in the now will be part of the past. Just like we was. You just hope you got something you carry with you.
Either going to talk about you, you're just going to be like everybody else that didn't nothing to talk about.
Wither it away. Someone was too great to wither away, though.
But again, you know what? Let me get in there. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of dog, man, even in the past that we even talk, you know. Remember I told you there was this big circle of dog, man, that would, if you wasn't relevant, it's hard to even try to remember, but it's so many of them that don't get the recognition that they deserve. You know, and it's sad because just because we didn't run in them circles didn't mean that they didn't exist. Right. You know, they do exist. If you get out there and you look at some of these pedigrees and them names that you don't know, they took some of that old shit and made it their own. And they deserve the recognition for that, because we don't have enough people speaking on their behalf, because they need the recognition, and it is up to the dogmen of the past to make sure that they do. Or they just going to be forgotten names. You know, the people in our past that helped us, you know, we do our part. You know, and our part was always to show them the respect and, you know, that they deserve for the work that they put in, and the fact that they helped us become what we became. Because, you know, just being around them, they didn't have to let us even around them. You know, that's how I be looking at it, you know. You got to be able to respect that much of the game, you know, and even though a lot of them names, some of them names y'all might not have known, some of them you did know, the fact is, there's nothing about them people in that circle that you can't go out and see their body of work. Mm-hmm. You know, that's the part that we leaned on, because we knew them, we knew their body of work, and we could share their body of work. And that's more than just us talking about something that's not worthy of being talked about. You know? But it's a learning process. It's a learning process. This dog game been around long before us, and it's going to be going on long after us. You know, if we live long enough to see the change, maybe that day come that I might get a chance to see a grand champion wall climber, or a treadmill, or a confirmation show grand champion. You know what I mean? But until that time come, don't be mad. Don't be mad when I've stopped and be wondering, you know, that conversation about the damn, oh, we on some new shit. Ah, man, what's supposed to be so new? Hold on, grandson. I'm doing the show. I'll call you right back, okay? Okay. Love you, too. But, yeah, man, it's just, I mean, I don't think we're being hard about it. I just think it's time to be, you know, just be keeping it real. Because, again, man, these dogs is only going to survive based on the people who have them. They're only going to be worthy to talk about based on what's being done. And talking about it ain't never really got nothing done for me. You know, don't talk about it, be about it. Sit up and be talking a whole bunch of shit and ain't doing shit. I ain't on that. Stop saying that shit and start showing what the hell you're doing. We gonna do this. We gonna ain't did a damn thing. Nothing. Just talking. Shut the shit down with your mouth and start putting in the damn work. If you're putting in the work, then let us see what you're working with. Because back where we come from, that's exactly what it got down to. Shut the hell up. Give up the wait and the date. And let's see what you're working with. We dealing with new times now. So I don't know how that worked for y'all, but I'm still old school. I'm still back here on the bus. Shut that shit up and start doing something. What you doing? What y'all doing is supposed to make this change. What this change supposed to look like? I don't know. Because when that starts changing, then the papers ain't gonna matter. Who bred and how it was bred shouldn't matter, because it's all for a whole new purpose. So let that purpose begin somewhere doing it that way. We can't keep talking about Midnight Cowboy, Jeep, Red Boys, Frisco, Bug, Mag, G. I mean, them dogs been dead, man. Okay, but if that's all you got to work with to show some type of relevance, I'm trying to give you that. But over the last couple shows, we have shown you dogs, if you was paying attention, and understand that they're still going hard dogs around after 20 years. Damn near 30, ain't it? So sometimes them conversations don't work, even when it come down. That's old shit. Well, not really. Not really. It just ain't nothing really to talk about for us because we ain't do shit. We put it in other people's hands to do shit. It is what it is. But hey, the fact that shit only dies off because it ain't shit. We wouldn't be talking about Jeep and everybody else if they wasn't worthy of talking about. So let's try to pick up the conversations moving forward by just accepting the past for what it is and at least appreciate the fact that you have something to talk about. But talking ain't never got nothing done as far as change. Always going to take somebody to do something. And if that somebody can do something that can bring enough people to do a whole lot of the right thing, then a lot of these arguments won't happen. Because what does it matter what a dog is bred like if you can run up a damn wall? Why would it matter? Unless you're trying to breed a grand champion that runs up a wall and you want to get them traits, then it starts all over. Then you're starting something new. See, that's the whole thing. You got to have something that you can stand on because he is a grand champion. He's a world champion of running up a wall, and you got to have that. I think that's how bullies and Frenchies came along. Somebody created a stupid-ass looking dog, and all of a sudden, everybody want one. And if that's how that worked, it's working out for them. So if it can work out for them, I think it can work out for everybody who's trying to do the right thing. And then you got to support each other in doing that. We run through all the journals, and I was just looking at a bunch of journals a day, and it is so many matches in them journals. I mean, many, many matches. And I just always thought that, we was bulldogging. I mean, I was all the way up to 2014 and could still see matches. So it was kind of like, they still getting them in. But for me, it's always the fact that they're still getting them in. Who am I to hate on that? Those are the ones that I look at and say, that's where the quality of the dogs is going to survive at. Always have. That part has not changed. It's the other part that I'm looking for. The other part to where they say, oh, we doing the right thing. I don't know what the right thing look like when it comes to an American Pit Bull. So y'all got to help me what that looks like by doing it. Don't talk about it. Do it. Do it on a scale that we can not have to worry about trying to figure out what it looks like. We get a chance to see for ourselves what it looks like. Until then, still just a bunch of talking. And then we still old school with it, giving you a little bit of advice on how to fix it. Not saying it can't be done. Never saying it can't be done. I'm not one to ever say never say. I'm never say never. I ain't on that shit. But I'm also one of them people who don't talk about shit, be about it. So it works hand in hand. Put in the work, your work will speak for itself. And that's where we at. Fellas, as we close out this Hot Mic Friday, we ain't put up one pedigree at all tonight. Really, it's just a hot mic. I didn't really have nothing to talk about except for what we talked about. Just put it all out there. Tell you how we feel. Tell you what we quickly do moving toward the future here as we get ready to, I always say getting ready to cut the tie. I can't tell you what that's going to look like until he finished doing what he's trying to do. Because you're right, he did say, Mike, I'm actually coming out behind his desk, which means I don't know if I'm cutting the Tuesdays and Fridays away and just do a bunch of uploads. You know, but we're still going to be talking, but he more like in a teaching process. You know, he wants to do it that way. But I think the Tuesdays and Fridays, I mean, I'm so keen to keeping him talking that, you know, we're always going to find something to talk about when it comes to these dogs. Anytime you can still go 4 and 5 hours talking about these dogs, you know, he's going to find something to talk about just like he did tonight. But hey, fellas, help me out here. I don't know how many out there, but I know I got my right people in the room. Now, I got 35 people, right? If 10 people was to give a bunch of thumbs up and a bunch of muscles and a bunch of roses, to me, that would be well appreciated. Because I'm still working off of numbers. If I got 100,000 people and only get 2,000 likes, I got to appreciate the 2,000 likes. The fact that, you know what I'm saying, that out of 100,000, 98,000 went and hit the like button, okay. That's just the way the internet works. But in this room right here, that's a Shark Tank out there. They're the ones that have keyboards in front of them. I'm supposed to have better than 10 people or 3 people or 4 or 5 people that can put some thumbs up and roses and actually be in this room and always in this room and can't do that much. See, when it comes down to that part of this, don't think I don't be paying attention. I be paying close attention. And it's things like that I try to deter me from making my choice as far as doing the membership thing, because I feel like it ain't paying us no way, so we ain't missing nothing. But then on the other hand, that lack of appreciation is the thing that bothers me, because thumbs up, muscles and roses don't cost you nothing, just like not, you know, hitting that like button. So that's, to me, where change started at. I always took it like this Shark Tank was going to change the whole concept of how this podcast shit worked on YouTube. And it kind of did. Because I see a lot of people doing their podcasts, but I don't see a lot of people supporting each other. And see, that's the part that makes me feel like, you know, it's not going to deter us from doing what we're doing. It just helps me figure a way out. Because I think we've said enough, but we ain't done enough yet. And once I get him off behind his desk, then I think it'll be that time. The membership thing, I'm going to take me a boat come Monday. We're going to have a good show come Tuesday, though. You know, because it's time to get back into the seriousness of what is a good-looking American Pit Bull Terrier looks like for us in the now. We've been showing y'all, if y'all really paying attention. There's a lot of shit that y'all, I guess if you ain't paying attention, you wouldn't know. But it maybe ain't meant for everybody to know. But just pay close attention, because there's a lot of things and a lot of good breedings that's going on out here that can help a lot of guys when it comes to these dogs. So get on the bandwagon. Help us out. Help us help you network those kind of things. Again, we don't care what you do and how you do with your dog. But at least have a purpose behind what you're doing. Now help me out here. I need, on this Hot Mic Friday, some damn thumbs up, thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Hey, fellas, like give us some damn roses. Roses. We need them damn roses.
Now come on, man, hold that thing
Look,
down.
show
man.
some love.
I want it to look like we got 90 people up in here, man, with them roses.
It might be, look, 35, if nothing but 10, 15 just do some thumbs up and roses, it get a pretty nice run.
Yeah, that's
all we're looking for is a pretty nice run.
It's a nice run.
You know what I mean? Help me out here. I'm finna go ahead and start this music so we can get out of here. Hey, for the people who's already out there doing it, them the kind of people I'm talking about, them's guaranteed, them's my same people because they always gonna show that love. I need other people to jump on that bandwagon because don't think that we don't look at it. Don't think there's got to be something to keep making us come back because it sure in hell ain't the damn money. It sure ain't trying to sell you shit. So while we giving you shit, give some shit back. That's what I'm saying. Okay.
Damn.
Yeah. Okay, let me get this together. Here we go. They load that motherfucker up too, Mo. They load it up.
Yeah, that's how y'all like it. Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about, brothers. That's what I'm talking about.
Man, y'all have a safe weekend. Don't forget, going hard, Kennels Reloaded for the email. For any guys that have questions, you know, I'm pretty sure it's still up there. Yeah, everything is still there, so, you know, be sure to check in and let me know, man. Even if it's this big old back street, you know I love y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? We got that network satellite, so don't forget them out here, you know what I'm saying? We just always gonna keep it on and we don't know when and where, you know, and we ain't trying to be witnesses. Nothing.
Always there by that disclaimer, do what you do, but there by the disclaimer. It's your business ain't everybody's business. All I'm gonna tell you about that. Hey fellas, appreciate everybody for showing up and showing out. Man, you supposed to be short. You see what that says? That's 7 to 12:30, man. Come on, man. You gotta do better. I started at 9. Come on, man. I talked for what, an hour? Cause you know, taking your damn time. If you get in here, hit them with 30 minutes worth of nothing. You know what I mean? You getting your feelings. See, Mo getting his feelings. We look at the time it is. But look, y'all, that's just what it is. What it is. Y'all need to stay safe, stay positive. I want to give a special shout out to everybody who donated to my niece and the loss of her child, and for y'all to just take that little conversation, and it's not a matter of how much you gave, it's the fact that you just got out there and did that. You know, that's love. And for every opportunity that I can always give back to the community that does that, I will. Because y'all have never failed us when it came down to the things that we've had to deal with. Actually, it probably don't make sense, y'all, but you know what? If something was to happen to me, and my brother was to sit here and say, all right, for the last time, give my brother some roses and all that shit, I want him to be looking for, at least 5 minutes of just running down saying a bunch of shit. Even though Mike wasn't really the big dog man and everything, but Mike was cool as hell. He's still a part of he's a big part of the kennel. Everybody just gonna show me some love just because that's the way I want to be remembered. Not as some famous ass dog, man. Just a part of the Going Hard Kennels community. He's one of them. That's enough for me. I'd be happy. Because this is what I love. This is what I love to do. Outside of a couple other things in life, this was one of them things that was like that bucket list. Bucket list been full, baby. Been full. Y'all stay safe, man. Keep hitting them like buttons. Look, once we ain't done the dumb thumbs up, muscles, and all that, I read up all them names out there. I'm going to go back and see who's helping out. You know what I mean? I want it to be more than just the regular people who do it. I want to be the people that I know are always here, and it just shows that you can just do that a couple times. It's all good. All right? Membership time. Look forward. Coming Tuesday. We doing memberships or we're not. They say you get paid with memberships. I don't see the advantage. Why would we have only small? I mean, we get what? We almost 400 people watching this video. There's no way in the hell I could see us having 400 memberships in a day. You know, that quick. Should I have to wait for 400 people? No. I think I can get 400 people to get a good lesson for free. That's the way I want to keep it. But then in that case, doing it that way, I want it to be appreciated. Because this takes really some hard work to do what we're fixing to do. This part right here to me is easy. Because when you've done it as long as we have, it is easy. No, I don't say that, because it's hard coming in here sometimes after a hard day's work. But outside of all that, you know, I'm trying to get this ball rolling here because we fixing to change up some things. And I need y'all to be along for the ride. And I'm pretty sure we're going to pick up a whole lot more viewers because I noticed we ain't never on Facebook. We won't be doing no TikTok shit because we don't be having that kind of time. If we have somebody designated so we can get in there and just jump in there and represent and just do it, just handle it, we don't have that. So, you know, it is what that is. But, don't mean that we don't be out there looking. You know, Growing Hard Reloaded, Facebook still over there. Everybody's still chiming in on it. Like somebody said out there, y'all need to get on Facebook. Yeah. If we had the time, it would be a whole lot of crazy ass conversations. Just don't have the time to do it, fam. I wish I did. But I really just don't. Too much other shit going on. So, as this time goes on for us, it will get better. And for y'all, it's going to get better. Enjoy yourself, stay safe, live by the disclaimer, and we're going to see y'all Tuesday. Take the major vote. You handling the button over there, bro. Look at this crank it. Here we go.